Welcome, listeners. You've just stepped into a story about debts that cut deeper than money and the strange power of a man who knows how to ask for the impossible. This is a third-person retelling of The Man in My Basement by Walter Mosley, a story inspired by a chilling philosophical question: what price would a desperate man pay to keep his home? Mosley combined that idea with the real-world weight of historical racial power dynamics in America. First published in 2004, the novel became an underground classic. Its author, an award-winning best-selling writer known for his Easy Rawlins detective series, builds a psychological trap you won't escape. The story reaches an even wider audience with its big-screen adaptation, releasing in 2025. By the end of this story, you may find yourself questioning the very definition of freedom. The visuals accompanying this narration are created by today's AI technology. They may not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they will help you visualize the atmosphere, so please bear with my request. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, behind-the-scenes details from the 2025 production, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. The doorbell pulls Blakey away from his expected Thursday night. He'd been waiting for Clarence and Ricky, neither of whom would ever ring, so the chime itself feels wrong. Through the front door he registers a small white man in a dark green suit where his friends should be. The stranger asks, "The basement has full standing height, electricity, running water." Blakey shuts it down fast. "House isn't for sale." The man introduces himself as Aniston Bennett from Greenwich, but Blakey doesn't care. He notices the man's discomfort, expects him to hunch or frown and leave. Instead, Bennett insists he knows the family's held the home for 7 generations. Not buying, renting. Blakey's mind catches on the word like a bad card. He tells Bennett the basement is just dust and spiders. The white man's small hands clench, but Blakey feels only annoyance. They don't take white boarders here, and he wonders why Teddy Odette would send one. Bennett pushes a couple of months this summer. Blakey starts refusing again, but the man's tone shifts, suddenly authoritative. No nonsense. Blakey senses a buried threat underneath the politeness, as if Bennett knows something Blakey doesn't. He's aware that white homeowners in the Hamptons rent for thousands, and his own 3-story, 200-year-old house is in excellent shape. Still, he says no again. Bennett mentions paying quite a bit. Blakey's no gets firmer. Bennett hands over a business card, suggests Blakey think it over, talk to his wife. Blakey states he lives alone and likes it. Bennett offers a strange comment about opportunities showing up unrecognized, and Blakey reads it as either a sales technique or a veiled threat he can't quite tell. When Bennett asks to call later, Blakey says the man can call all he wants, but he isn't renting anything. Bennett shakes his hand warmly, leaves his Manhattan office number, promises to call again, then walks to a turquoise Volkswagen Bug, makes a U-turn, and speeds away. Across the street, Irene Littleneck calls out, "Blakey lies, says the man was a salesman, and he didn't even catch what he was selling because you don't buy when you're unemployed." Her yellow eyes flash disbelief from 80 years of knowing better. He turns his back and goes inside. Later that night, playing blackjack for pennies with Clarence and Ricky, Blakey hears Clarence ask if he'll call Bennett. He says no. Ricky points out he could clean out the basement junk stuff down there since his great-great-grandmother's time and make money for the mortgage. Blakey answers by asking if they want a drink. He pulls a bottle of Seagram's from beside the wood chest, takes a swallow, passes it to Ricky. No glasses for the three of them. They've drunk from the same bottle since the crib. He's up $1.25 in pennies, which leaves him $15.76 total. One more bottle of whiskey and he'd be flat broke. Clarence throws down a losing hand. Queen, deuce, trey, and Blakey shows 2 spades, a 10, and an ace. Clarence complains about Blakey's luck. Blakey rakes in 37 pennies, thinking about luck and waiting for the bottle to come back. His Aunt Peaches would lend him the mortgage money to keep the house in the family, but she'd give him grief about getting a job, and how disappointed his father would be seeing him fall apart. He takes another draught. Good whiskey smooths out after the third sip, clears the fuzz behind his eyes, relaxes his spine. He's always liked to drink, so have Clarence and Ricky, the latter sometimes called Cat. Then Ricky mentions that Wilson Ryder needs a man to help on new houses. Blakey takes another drink, realizes he's hoarding the bottle, and passes it to Clarence. Ricky confirms Wilson Ryder needs a man tomorrow. Blakey should go ask. Blakey says maybe he will. Clarence, shuffling cards over and over the way he does when getting high, mocks the hesitation. What's Blakey thinking? That he's some prince who doesn't have to work. They'll take the house, and he'll end up like old man Bradford, sleeping in a garage, eating day-old bread, drinking Brand X. Blakey does his half-hearted lounge lizard impression, calling Clarence, "Clara, baby." Clarence stands up fast, grabbing for him, but Blakey scrambles back. Clarence shouts at him not to use that name. Blakey keeps going, clasping his hands in mock prayer, calling him Clara again, saying Clarence is telling him he ain't worthy. Blakey knows saying it twice will end the game. They'd tease Clarence in grade school that way. Clarence stands there shaking, looking as mean as he can manage. Blakey laughs. For a moment a fight feels possible, not much of a chance, since Clarence knows he can't take Blakey, but they're both high enough to act like fools. Ricky puts down the bottle, picks up his sweater. When he stands, Clarence turns and leaves. Ricky shakes his head and follows. Their piles of change stay on the table. Blakey has had these fights with Clarence for over 25 years. He can still get to him. He regrets it every time. But Clarence just being himself makes Blakey mad. Clarence always did better good job as dispatcher for a colored cab company, married but with more girlfriends than Blakey, reads the paper daily, and uses world events to win arguments. Even though Blakey made it through 3 years of college, Clarence always seems to know more. Blakey once had a New York Times subscription just to compete, but he never actually read it. Tried the crossword and felt stupid. After losing his bank job, he let the subscription go. Blakey is better at sports, but Clarence won't compete there, says Blakey's better but couldn't get a scholarship. Uncle Brent used to say Blakey could win the race but can't beat the clock. So Blakey tortures Clarence now and then, angry at him for proving his inadequacies. An early evening has benefits. More than half the fifth of whiskey remains. Blakey loves to drink but never abuses. It never before sunset, never while driving. Sometimes he makes Ricky and Clarence sleep over when they get too tipsy on Thursday nights. He spends almost every night alone, listening to the radio or reading science fiction. Never got into TV except for news, mainly to keep up with Clarence. Most nights alone, except when he had a girlfriend. Last one was Laura Wright, months ago. Mostly just him in the big house with its large rooms and bay windows. When alone he wanders in his underwear, talking to himself, or reading about outer space. Those are his best moments. Evening spread out, maybe music, a few shots of bourbon, all the time he needs to think. He can't think around people. In company he's always talking, telling jokes, or laughing at them. Uncle Brent used to say his mouth was his biggest problem. If he could just learn to be quiet for a minute, he might hear something worthwhile. Blakey's mother said he was supposed to love Uncle Brent, but Brent was hard on children. Brent came to live with them after what his mother called a case of nerves. He kept the garden and sat in the old chair in what had been Blakey's father's library. Brent called it his den. Brent loved telling Blakey what was wrong with him: too much talking, not enough studying, no respect for authority, and way too dark for the genteel colored community of Forest Cove in South Carolina, where Brent was born. Brent himself was deep brown, with thick lips always turned down. The only sign of his sickness was that it took him a long time to get out of his chair. When Blakey's mother was out and Brent let loose with an insult, Blakey would say, "Fuck you, old man," and walk slowly away while Brent struggled to get up. Once outside, Blakey would tear through the backyard into the family graveyard, then into the ancient stand of 62 oaks his great-great-grandfather planted. In those dark green shadows, he'd get the giggles. Brent would stand on the back porch and yell, but wouldn't dare wander from the house. Brent never told Blakey's mother about the curses, ashamed at not being able to control a child. The night after meeting Aniston Bennett is the first time Blakey ever misses Uncle Brent. More than a decade later, he just then marks his passing. He still sleeps in his childhood room. Same bed, window facing east. Friday morning, he wakes with a headache and an erection, dreaming about Laura, how excited she was when he carried her up the stairs. He needs the toilet but feels dizzy, wants to masturbate, but his head hurts too much. He makes himself walk down the second-floor hall. Keeping it in the bowl is difficult. The erection persists. He goes back to bed intending to masturbate, but his headache worsens, and the thought of Laura makes him nauseous. He gets dressed, goes to the kitchen, wants coffee, but the percolator is dirty, the sink full of greasy dishes, dirty dishes piled on the table and sink. He looks at the mess and decides it's too much before morning coffee. He gets his Dodge from the garage and drives to the Corners for coffee and crumb cake at Hannah and Company. Tina Gramble, Hannah's niece, a blonde girl with tan skin, from a local family, greets him. She accepts him as part of the community. Being a Negro, he's different. They'll never be real friends, but neither wants that, and it's pleasant when they cross paths. Good morning means just that. He orders coffee and cake. She says he looks like he could use it, managing to smile and look concerned. He says Thursday is blackjack night. She hopes he won. He says big. After coffee, he drives down the old highway, a graded dirt road, to Canyons Field, the shortcut to Wilson Ryder's construction site. The Ryder family has lived in the harbor for more than 150 years, a long time but not nearly as long as Blakey's folks. But you couldn't tell them that. Wilson likes to say his family helped settle the east end of the island. Blakey thinks about his family history as he drives. The Blakeys were indentured servants who earned their freedom. The Dodds were free from the beginning, possibly arriving directly from Africa in the early 1700s. His parents were proud. Their ancestors were never slaves. The only time Blakey saw his father truly angry was when Clarence's father questioned whether one of the Blakeys might have been enslaved at some point. The ride is lovely deep green woods, 3 or 4 ponds within walking distance. He decides he'll go fishing after asking Wilson for a job, planning to say he can start Monday so he can have a long weekend first. A group of 8 or 9 deer crosses the road ahead. He stops, so do they. The big female watches him with hard eyes. A sigh escapes him. He loves watching deer. Watch him. He respects them with no defense except quick feet. They live wild without law or protection. He once saw 15 of them swimming out to Shelter Island, heads just above water, looking frightened and desperate. Cowards don't face terror. He thinks cowards live on back roads behind closed doors. The deer's caution slows them, and he enjoys the show until the last white tail bobs into the woods. Uncle Brent had been a hunter before he got sick, killing hundreds of deer in South Carolina. When Blakey was a child, he imagined the deer surrounded the house at night, hoping Brent would come outside so they could stomp him to death. Wilson Ryder greets him as Chuck, a name Blakey hates, and Ryder knows it because Blakey asked him not to use it 18 years ago. Ryder is an older white man with yellowish hair, a big gut, gray eyes, and fingers covered in yellow and black calluses. They stand in a cleared circle of yellow soil surrounded by scrub pines. Excavations hint at a cul-de-sac of mansions. Ryder would level the whole island if he could. Blakey says he wants a job. Ryder's gray eyes squint 1/100th of an inch, maybe less, but enough to say he won't hire Blakey. The pained wince suggests something is wrong with Blakey himself. Ryder asks if Blakey worked at the bank. Blakey corrects him Charles, not Chuck, and says he was let go, downsizing, he guesses. Ryder's expressive eyes reveal he's wondering if Blakey believes his own words. Ryder says no jobs. But Blakey's family gave Wilson's grandfather one of his first jobs. His grandmother delivered Wilson's siblings. Ryder can't just wave him away. Ryder starts to extend the lie about hard times, then stops, apparently looking at himself and wondering why he's going through all this over an unemployed local Negro. He repeats the question about the bank. Blakey says, they just let him go. Ryder says let's just say he's letting Blakey go too, even though Blakey doesn't work for him. A crooked smile and friendly nod can't win 'em all. Blakey curses Ryder all the way to Sag Harbor. He uses his last paper dollars on a clam roll and a beer at a stand by the pier. From now on, only change. He imagines teenage cashiers snickering. If suicide meant just giving up, he'd drop dead. No job, no money, no chance, penniless. Uncle Brent used to say of less fortunate brothers so poor, he'd sell his shadow just to stand in your shade. The weather is pleasant. He goes to the end of the pier, watches tiny fishes and 2 small jellyfish. He sits on the concrete dock at 10:45 and is still there at 12:15. He's had moments like this since childhood, staring at something natural for an entire class period, thinking nothing, just watching a spider web or a bird building a nest. Once he watched an ant search the entire 3rd grade floor for nearly an hour until it ended up under a teacher's shoe. The sudden death shocked him so much, he cried and was sent to the nurse. He hasn't been in the bank since being laid off 9 months ago. Arnold Matthias, more greeter than guard, is still at his post by the door. Arnold handles an elderly woman's questions about Mr. Hickey, who has the flu. The woman frets about her passbook and the stock market being roulette. Arnold listens patiently, because her family were among the bank's first depositors. After she leaves, Arnold asks Blakey if he needs something. Blakey says no. Arnold notes he didn't think Blakey had an account anymore. Blakey says he came to see Laney. Arnold Matthias has shifted from greeter back to guard, blocking Blakey's way. Blakey goes around him anyway, crossing the wide tiled floor of the domed round bank. On the opposite side, behind a waist-high mahogany wall, 7 desks sit. The center desk belongs to Laney Brown, the only black bank officer. She started as secretary the year Blakey was born, trained by a liberal boss who forced the bank president to promote her. She and Blakey used to eat lunch together. She once hoped to make him a loan officer. Then he was fired, ending his banking future and their friendship. Laney looks surprised, but not happy to see him. Her expression somewhere between surprise and caution, as if he's a snake on her porch or a strange purple sky. He asks if it's about time for lunch. She admits it is. He says he already ate but will sit with her. Her lips say no, her eyes say the same with another meaning. He pushes ahead anyway. She rises from her walnut seat, releasing her sweet perfume, one of the few things he remembers about working there. She eats a bagged lunch every day at 12:30 on a picnic bench, half a block from the Winter Hotel. She wears a white silk dress with giant purple orchids, a single pearl pendant. A dark freckle sits on her throat next to the pearl, and he thinks that small spot of dark flesh is far more precious than any stone from an oyster's belly. She asks about his Aunt Peaches. He says she's fine. Her husband's mother passed. Laney says she was at the funeral and surprised not to see him. He says he was busy, not remembering the excuse he gave. Laney takes a bite of her sandwich and smiles. She always smiles after the first bite. Her mother Arvette makes her lunch every morning. The bread seems to remind Laney of her mother, the way a communion wafer reminds Catholics of their Lord. Laney and Arvette live together in a small house where both were born. Like most Negroes around the Mid-Island modest homes, ancestors mainly farm workers who came from the South over decades looking for peace. Blakey mentions going to Wilson Ryder's new site that morning. Laney notes that Mr. Gurgle handles that loan and says the Ryders have always been good business. Blakey explains that Ryder had jobs. Ricky Winkler works there, but Ryder lied and said he didn't. When Blakey called him a liar, Ryder started talking about the bank and why Blakey didn't work there anymore. Laney takes a big bite, chewing like jerky, buying time to think. Blakey fights the urge to stand up and walk away. Then she asks, "Did he ever take money from his drawer?" It all comes back to him like a forgotten novel's plot. He was a bank teller, good at his job, always on time, friendly even with rude customers, good at math. One Tuesday, he was meeting his then-girlfriend China Brown for dinner. His paycheck wasn't due until week's end. His account was empty after buying an electric food processor, so he borrowed $20 from the bank, planning to pay $1 interest when he got paid. People make mistakes in banks all the time. Mr. Gurgle once missed a zero, and the bank lost $90,000 for a week. But Friday came and went. He and China went to New York that weekend, so he put off returning the 22 more weeks past. He figured if nobody noticed, why worry? Then there were 5 or 6 other times he needed money, never more than $50. He tells Lainey no. She says that's what the bank thought the president claimed they had proof. He feels indignant despite his guilt if they had proof. Why wasn't he arrested? Lainey reports that Mr. Matthias told her the bank discussed it and decided prosecution wouldn't serve their interests, not a lot of money, and almost every colored person in the harbor has money in the bank. If the bank prosecuted him over a couple $100, customers might get upset and take their money to East Hampton. She peers into his eyes as she speaks. He doesn't know if she sees his guilt there. He was guilty. Every time he pocketed a few dollars, he expected to return it. But it wasn't like stealing from Uncle Brent's wallet. He took Brent's money because he hated him, hated his smell, the way he talked about Blakey's father. Brent claimed there was no such thing as free Africans who chose indentured servitude, that all American blacks came from slave-caliber Negroes defeated in war. He kept Brent's money. Brent complained to Blakey's mother, but Blakey would say it must be the illness affecting his brain. She didn't like Brent's mouth either, but he was family, and she was the sweetest woman in the world. Blakey tells Lainey he didn't steal anything, but now people at the bank are telling everyone he's a thief, and he can't get a job. And she didn't even warn him. She says she's sorry, she just didn't know what to think. Mr. Matthias told her what happened, and she was afraid he'd lose his temper, and if they did have evidence, they'd take him to jail. She was worried about him. Lainey grows weepy. She has a kind heart, but Blakey feels no sympathy for her tears. He waited until his last dollar, believing he could always find work, but nobody in the harbor will hire a thief. Even out of town, people will ask for references. He wants to yell at her until she feels his pain. He would yell if he were innocent. Instead, he apologizes, saying it's not her fault. The bank probably decided he made a mistake and called him a thief. She asks what he'll do. He opens his mouth, finds no answer, thanks her, and leaves. He goes fishing in a small river near his house, catching 3 trout not for pleasure but for dinner. He can't bear counting out pennies to a high school cashier at the grocery store. He returns home after 6, dusk settling. He goes straight to the phone. A woman answers Mona. She calls out for Clarence. A man's angry voice comes on. Blakey says he needs to borrow $100 fast. Clarence refuses, saying he's been thinking about how Blakey acted since last night. He's through no more Thursday blackjack, no more Saturday bar hopping, nothing. Blakey apologizes, blaming the whiskey. Clarence calls him an unemployed drunk loudmouth. Blakey says he's sorry. What more does Clarence want? Clarence wants nothing. Don't call, don't ask for money, just stay away. He hangs up. Blakey realizes he had no plan beyond borrowing money for cheap food. He washes a griddle, saucepan, glass, plate, utensils. He cleans the fish, dredges the fillets in cornmeal. Fried fish with hot sauce and turnips becomes his dinner. He laughs. It's better food than he'd have had at the diner. 2 shots remain in the whiskey bottle, just enough to keep him between self-pity and drunken tears. The house is a mess, piles of clothes and dirty dishes in every room, junk mail and bills thrown into corners, every chair piled with something. He goes upstairs, throws blankets, a notebook, 2 dirty dinner plates, and a dozen loose stones off the bed. He lies with arms and legs dangling over the mattress edges. On the windowsill sits a science fiction novel he's been reading about a ghetto kid who finds sunglasses imbued with alien intelligence. He reads for over an hour. The boy, Tyler, becomes humanity's unknown hope, feeling the emotions of everyone he touches. Blakey would read all night, except for chapter 12, where Tyler realizes his father will soon die. Blakey throws the hardback into a tin trash can decorated with astronauts. The book hits the can and sets off a burble of beer bottles. 5 empties in the can under a holy t-shirt and paper wads. 4 more under the bed, 1 dead soldier on the outside windowsill. He starts moving through the house. Bottles everywhere, some half empty, 1 or 2 nearly full. On the front porch, backyard patio chairs. On the roof, leftovers from spring nights when he and Laura made love in a sleeping bag under the stars. Behind the couch on the fireplace ledge. 51 bottles on the dining room table. The empties will bring 2 paper dollars, enough to keep his pride. He remembers who he was with for almost every bottle. The backyard bottles are from a party last summer. Ricky, Clarence, other guys and girls. Police came to turn down the music. That was the only night he had sex with 2 women, first China Brown, his girlfriend then. They danced, got amorous. He took her to his mother's old room. It ended quickly because he was so excited. China fell asleep. He went back downstairs. China's friend Jane Sadler started picking up with him. They talked and laughed, filling crates with beer bottles, carrying them to the backyard. They heard moaning behind the garage. He winked at Jane. They sneaked around. Clarence was with a white girl, kissing furiously. Jane put her hand on Blakey's forearm, not for privacy, but to steady herself. Clarence spun the girl around. She lifted her miniskirt. Clarence fumbled with his zipper. The girl hushed him to hurry. He bent his knees and slid into her. The welcoming moan made Blakey's heart skip. Clarence slammed hard against her backside. Sweat broke on Blakey. Clarence barked. He couldn't hold it. The girl chanted for him to come. Then silence and stillness. Clarence made a dry leaf crack of a grunt. The girl exhaled. Jane pulled Blakey away, kissed him. He led her straight to the basement, no inside connection, only through a heavy trapdoor outside. Under the house, more a crypt than a basement. He snapped on the light. Jane kissed him again, told him not to say a word. She lifted her skirt. He dropped his pants. She sat back on his great-grandfather's oversized traveling trunk. He rocked on the balls of his feet while she stroked him and scratched his nipples with long press-on fingernails. They looked into each other's eyes. She'd lean forward to kiss him, then pull back and sneer. The trunk rocked, but they had the balance of cats in heat. She undulated. He pushed and pulled, veins standing out. He started to move faster. She told him to slow it down. When he finally came, he moved back in a small show of responsibility. Her face showed deep satisfaction, victory. China stopped seeing him after that night. Jane never returned a call. He didn't care. That night was a highlight: 2 women and a chance to see the master, what they called Clarence, with women in action. He was at peace for a whole week, doing nothing but packing trash into bags and putting crates of empties in the basement. That's why he thought of the basement now. Jane and China Brown jarred his memory. The basement is large and dark, crowded with generations of Dodd and Blakey belongings. Great Auntie Bly's awful canvases lean against walls, and behind a useless coal-burning stove 50 or more, her trees and houses looking like a child's attempts. His great-grandfather's traveling trunk sits alongside stacks of yellow brittle newspapers from 50 years ago. Old furniture, rugs, straw baskets filled with 200 Christmases of toys. Cobwebs like a movie set. Cold down there. 18 wooden crates of empty beer bottles are stacked in the middle of the cobblestone floor. All he cares about. $24 at the beer and soda store. He drags the boxes into the light, rubbing cobwebs from his face. Then he looks around for anything else valuable. The basement is big, 30 feet in either direction, ceilings 10 feet high. Aniston Bennett was right. It would make a nice apartment without the junk. Dry as a bone, cool year-round, deep in rocky earth. He used to think ghosts lived there. His dead ancestors coming from the graveyard to play cards or talk all night. He left them Kool-Aid and lemon cookies in summer. When the food remained the next day, his father explained that the spirits had eaten the ghost food inside the living food. A blessing. The leftovers had to be buried in the trash like the dead. Late the next day, in his newly cleaned kitchen, he prepares to cook. $24 buys canned spinach, baked beans, rice, polenta, a big bag of potatoes. 1 whole chicken with celery and carrots will make soup to last a week if stretched. He's not a good cook but can make simple dishes he loved. Spending time with his mother in the kitchen, just sitting around making her laugh. That lasted until 8th grade. When she got sick, he helped out a lot. Brent said her illness was all in her head, that she had to work through it. He was healthier than she was, and still expected to be waited on. His chicken boils. He cuts celery into slantwise strips, and suddenly it comes to him. He digs Aniston Bennett's card from his pocket and dials the Manhattan number. On the fourth ring he remembers it's Saturday. He figures at least he can leave a message. Blue lowercase letters center the card. The number sits in red in the lower right corner. A woman's recording answers an investment strategies group. A click. The same woman in a different mood says, "Mr. Bennett." Another click. Then instructions to leave a name and number after a complex set of tones that sound like a foreign film's police siren. He leaves a message, Charles Blakey from out in the harbor. He'd like to talk about what Bennett wants exactly. Maybe they can come to some arrangement. He leaves his number. Leaving messages on answering machines always feels useless, most go unanswered. He doesn't have much hope. It's early May. All he has is a pocket full of change, and a summer rental won't do much for him right now. So he calls his Aunt Peaches her real name. Her father was actually named Apollodorus. His father used to say they were going to visit the Mouthful when they went to Clemmy's for Thanksgiving. Peaches doesn't sound generous when she answers. He asks about her family. Everybody's fine. He waits for her to ask after his health. She does not. 3 years since he's seen her, she knows it. Her husband Floyd, a lawyer, hired Blakey after he dropped out of college to make something out of him, Floyd said. Blakey was 21, not ready to work hard, didn't like law or research, wanted to be a sailor. When Floyd fired him, he called Blakey a shame to his race, reminding him of Uncle Brent, who always added, "the human race." After that, Blakey wasn't welcome in their home. He tells Peaches he lost his job, used up the money from the T-bill his mother left, borrowed on the house. The payment is 2 weeks overdue. Peaches says nothing, but her silence changes. He feels her growing anxiety. She asks why he wants to do this to her. She says he's 39. He corrects her 33. She says he doesn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Asks what his mother would say. He tells her. His mother is dead. Maybe leave her alone. Peaches calls him rude, a club of a word. She says she has to agree with Floyd. There's no helping someone who can't help himself. She hopes he doesn't lose the family home with his foolishness. But maybe it would be better in someone else's hands anyway. No gardener anymore, and from what she hears, it's a pigsty inside. He hangs up. The only way to make her feel the pain she's inflicting. He knows she's right, knows his life is messed up. But what can he do when he can't get a job or pay his bills? Blakey spends the entire night cleaning 8 big plastic bags of trash, sweeping, dusting, mopping, straightening. When tired, he stops for chicken soup and black tea, then resumes, up and down 3 floors. At 4 a.m., he drags the bags into the street. He won't let Peaches and Floyd defeat him. He plans to wax the floors, mow the lawn, trim the hedge, then paint the house. This last thought nearly defeats him. He can't afford a roller or brush, much less gallons of paint. Outside, he notices a spark. At first, he thinks it's a firefly and stops to catch another glimpse. Fireflies are a miracle to him, proof of God. But the light reappears not. A firefly, but Miss Littleneck smoking a cigarette in the dark. He feels a flash of anger, thinking she's spying, but then realizes a spy wouldn't advertise with an ember. Almost as amazing as a firefly, that old woman sitting on her porch all night, smoking one cigarette after another, waiting for a miracle or a heart attack. Sunday arrives. He fell asleep on the sofa in his father's library. After 3 hours of sleep, he's in the front yard with a scythe. Many churchgoers from Christ's Hope Church drive past and slow down to see him stripped to the waist, cutting dead weeds and grasses that have grown wild for years. Peaches and Floyd drive by, nearly stopping to gawk. He smiles and waves. Peaches says something to her husband. They speed off to God. One of the hardest days he's ever put in. 12 39-gallon plastic bags of trash and dead weeds. Only 2 empty bags left. In the afternoon he breaks his fast with instant coffee, baked beans, and quick cooking polenta. He carries the meal on a tray up to the third floor, his mother's sewing room, a small chamber off her bedroom. There he finds her treadle-powered sewing machine and a small table for piecework. He puts the tray down and stares out the window as he did as a child when his parents were out. Her window was the observation deck for his fortress. He could see the family graveyard, his great-grandfather's stand of oaks, and the piney hills behind their community. As a child, he sat there for hours, shooting beavers at Confederate soldiers, or the English a patriotic Yankee fighting to protect his home. His mother is still alive in that room. The basket with her threads and yarn sits next to her spindly maple chair. Her worn sewing slippers lie under the table, as if she'll soon come up to use them. He sees her in his mind, long face, coffee and cream-colored skin, broad nose, round eyes like a forest creature's. She always smiled just to see him. That smile was always waiting for him upstairs. His father is dimmer in memory, much darker than Mom, thick, not fat, but strong like a tree trunk, big hands and a giant's laugh. Nobody expected him to drop dead, certainly not Blakey. Maybe if he'd had warning he would have looked closer, listened more attentively. Instead, his father is just a big hole in his memory, a hole where yearning lives. He looks away over the hills. If he pays too much attention to his father's absence, the yearning would turn into a yowl. A dead leaf from last fall tumbles on a sudden wind, its progress almost musical. He listens, and realizes the phone is ringing downstairs. His foot hits the last step when the ringing stops. He sits next to the phone, wondering whether to go up for his beans. His hesitation is rewarded with another ring. Static over the line. Aniston Bennett returns his call. Blakey didn't expect to hear from him until tomorrow. Bennett checks his messages every 6 hours, unless unreachable by phone. He asks if Blakey is interested in renting the basement. Blakey says they can talk about it. He thinks he hears a sharp intake of breath, maybe the bad connection, but he senses Bennett is not patient. Bennett says he doesn't have time to come out again. Blakey doesn't know what to tell him then. Silence over the static. Another conversation interferes, some foreign tongue, sounds Arabic, but he's not good with languages. Bennett agrees to come Friday at 4 in the afternoon. Blakey will see him then. The connection breaks. He sits there listening to phone static from some foreign land, happy, even though he just made the first step toward giving up his solitude. He tries to imagine the little white man coming into his kitchen while Blakey stands there in his drawers with a hangover. He wonders about the word hangover, an old seafaring term. A sailor throwing up over the side, hanging on for his life. That brings him to Southern comfort. Ricky loves it too. He calls Ricky. Nothing's going on. Clarence is out with his wife and kids and doesn't want to see Blakey. Blakey pauses, anticipating the drink. He asks Ricky to pick up a pint of Southern Comfort and come over. He'll pay for the whole thing when Ricky arrives, a good offer. Ricky needs to give his sister a ride, but will come after. In the basement, Ricky asks if it's dry. Blakey confirms triple-ply doors. High, no rain can get in. He steps down and pulls the light chain. Ricky follows, remarking how big it is. Blakey says he has to get rid of all the junk. Ricky asks if he's renting to the white man. Blakey lies no. He's lied all his life to parents, teachers, friends, employers, about being sick, romantic conquests, his salary, his father's job, where he was last night. He's been called a liar, and lied again to cover other falsehoods. Sometimes he pretends to know things he doesn't. Sometimes he lies to tell people what they want to hear. It's not so bad sometimes. It protects feelings or gives confidence or just makes people laugh. But he never told a lie like that one-word fib to Ricky about Bennett. Somehow he knows he shouldn't talk about the little man who calls from Arabia, about a basement sublet. He wants to keep those cards close. Ricky examines the junk old dolls, wood toys, furniture, the trunk, probably the clothes inside, even the paintings. Antique quality stuff. Ricky lived in Brooklyn with his father as a teenager. He has an eye for profit. One summer he and Clarence ran a nighttime hot dog stand in East Hampton, charging $3 or $4 and getting it. Ricky says a yard sale is sucker stuff. There are dealers in East Hampton and Southampton. They'd rob Blakey, But there's a sister out around Bridgehampton, Narcissus Gully, who runs a little store specializing in old quilts. If Narcissus comes to look at the stuff and brokers it with other dealers, Blakey might make out. Ricky wants 10% no manual labor, not responsible if Blakey ends up unhappy with the money. Blakey asks what Narcissus gets. Ricky will suggest 10% for her too, but she might ask for 20, 30% gone for just an introduction. Blakey argues, but he knows it's a lost cause. He has the woman's name, he could call her himself, but that would cut Ricky out. You would never treat a friend like that. The next day, Blakey pulls junk from the basement, dry husks of spiders and centipedes, dust on top of oily grime laid down before the Civil War. He washes, sweeps, scrubs with every brush he has, even Uncle Brent's old toothbrush. His work yields 6 boxes of old books, including 3 diaries from 3 generations of Blakeys and Dodds, wooden toys, tools he can't figure out how to hold, and piles of old clothes he can only begin to separate. Most clothes look like they could have been for children, but his family simply had a long line of short people. His parents were only the 2nd generation of big Blakeys. He's 6'2". His father was 6'1". He moves all the furniture out of the living room and brings in the loot, piling it in corners by type. When done, he sits in the wide seat of the bay window to appreciate his labor. He likes hard work moving stones, plowing a field, big jobs that take muscle and stick-to-itiveness. He's not into details or measuring. Give him a sledgehammer or a shovel, and he can work all day, all month. A voice comes from the open front door. He's been asleep. The room is dim. No lights, sunset outside. A tall, thin woman stands there, brittle looking on first glance, tentative about entering a stranger's home. He calls out that he's here. His voice is heavy from sleep, but has a different quality, musical, assured, mature. She asks if he's Charles Blakey. He confirms, guessing she's Narcissus Gully. Hearing her name calms her. She says it was dark. She didn't know if something was wrong. He turns on the light. She's brown, mostly dark brown but lighter in places, lending subtle texture to her skin. He imagines clouds across the earth from an astronaut's view, or an ancient parchment almost erased by age and rain, color coming from sepia glyphs, whose secrets are gone. She's still nervous about entering a strange man's house without proper reception. He doesn't help her fears. Looking her over, thinking strange thoughts about her skin, he explains he's been working all day pulling stuff from the cellar because Ricky said she'd come at 8. He worked so hard he fell asleep in the window. For the first time, the truth no lie in his words, body language, or voice. He wonders what's happened. It's like one of his beloved fantasies. He went to sleep in a mundane world and woke in a fantastical place, only subtly different. His point of view and clarity of vision altered. Narcissus looks around the large living room, noting there's a lot. She's not beautiful except for that skin, probably his age. Squarish face, white-rimmed glasses too big for her features, muddy eyes, fingers too long. But when she splays out those digits to indicate the trove, he appreciates their reach. He asks if it's worth anything. She can't tell until she studies it, but it certainly looks interesting. Ricky arrives. Blakey is disappointed, no bottle in a bag. Whenever he hears Ricky's voice, he gets the urge to drink. He wonders how often since childhood they've been sober together. Ricky greets Narcissus, they already know each other. Blakey calls Ricky Cat, and Ricky winces. Blakey doesn't use the nickname again that night. Narcissus is already on her knees looking through the toys. She wears close-fitting khaki trousers and a matching jacket. She takes off the jacket, revealing a loose black t-shirt. Dressed for hard work. While she works, Blakey and Ricky sit side by side in the window seat, watching her plow through the family's junk. Ricky suggests going for a shot at Bernie's drinks on him. Their code that the suggester pays. Blakey wants to go but is also interested in everything about Narcissus. She's sitting in a half-lotus position, going through old photographs and letters from a miniature steamer trunk. With every new item she clucks her tongue or hums. He feels like she's a teacher impressed by his homework. She's marking out a history that would interest historians, but for him there's only her, scrutinizing a pile of refuse he would have used for a bonfire. Ricky gets fidgety. He saw Clarence last night. Clarence is adding a rumpus room and asked Ricky to work on it, but Ricky already works for Wilson Ryder. Ricky told Clarence that Blakey is looking for a job. Clarence didn't say anything. Blakey says he doesn't need favors or charity. Ricky says he needs something. Blakey just shrugs, lacking energy for that talk. He focuses on Narcissus. She's writing notes on yellow slips, attaching them to different pieces, making entries in a small spiral pad. Ricky asks to use the phone. Local. He wants to call Bethany. Blakey says, okay. Ricky gives a sullen look and goes to the kitchen. Blakey hears him say Bethany's name, then returns his attention to Narcissus. She seems extremely competent, taking reference books from her shoulder satchel to prove or disprove points to herself, writing more notes. Ricky laughs and chatters on the phone. Blakey has a fine time in the chilly window seat, watching the earth-toned woman judge his lineage. The moon shines on her over his shoulder. When it's completely dark, he asks if she's hungry. She'd like something after she's done. He suggests Denelli's in Southampton and immediately regrets it. He doesn't have a single paper dollar, probably not enough in change to cover dinner, and his only credit card was canceled over a year ago. She says that would be nice. She turns back to her work. He jumps up to go to the kitchen, promising to be right back. Ricky cradles the phone with both hands, his voice low. Blakey knows he must be getting somewhere with Bethany Baptiste, a heavy-set young woman who loves food, dancing, and men, never able to get enough of any of them. She married Lawrence Crelda, but was in love with Clarence, who was already married. Whenever Clarence called, she came running. One day she returned home, and Lawrence was gone. She wasn't upset about losing her husband, but devastated when Clarence refused to leave his wife for her. Since then she's been alone, going out with men for days or weeks, but something always gets in the way. Now it looks like Ricky will be her date. Blakey interrupts. Ricky waves him away. Blakey insists louder. Ricky tells Bethany it's Charles, relays that she says hey. Blakey tells him to say he needs to talk. Ricky asks to call back in 5, whatever she says is promising. He whispers something too soft for Blakey to hear. Blakey needs $40, no games. He doesn't have a single dollar bill, but Narcissus wants to eat. Ricky asks, who cares what that skinny bitch wants? Blakey whispers to be quiet, he cares. Ricky turns sly, eyes nearly closing, nodding. He understands. Blakey offers to pay back $50 for $40 the minute the stuff sells. Ricky pulls out a roll of $20 bills, $600 in his hand. He peels off 2, hands them over, grins. Blakey thanks him. Ricky asks if he can now get back on the phone and get what he needs. He's crooning to Bethany before Blakey leaves the room. Narcissus holds up a lopsided pink glass vase, scrutinizing it like a budget shopper studying a reject table. Blakey sits with knots in his stomach. Asking Ricky for charity makes him sick. Watching Narcissus sift through his family's history makes him sad. The cold from the window works into his gut. Narcissus says, oh my, and comes to him with a wooden box held delicately in both hands. She sits next to him, placing the old scarred box between them. About a foot long and 6 inches deep and wide plain, held together by Smith-made iron hinges. 3 letters carved on the lower right side of the lid, JLD. She lifts the lid. Inside 3 hand-carved masks, rust to dark brown, ivory, each about 5 inches tall, 3 inches wide. Simple images with sloping foreheads and slitted eyes. One smiling, one possibly feral, one looking like he's whistling through an O-shaped mouth, laid on old crumpled newspaper. 2 of broken places sewn back with adhesive, a blue splotch on the delicate chin of the leftmost, beautiful and commanding, fitting perfectly in the box built for them. She whispers, it's the history of his history. The words come as truth. He believes he's looking at the cargo of an African who sold himself into indentured servitude, maybe his gods, carved by some uncle. She tells him to touch them, like an impatient lover, showing a virgin the ropes. Instead, he closes the box, and takes a deep breath. When the lid goes down, the music stops. Not real music, but something high-pitched and soft. A squeaky woodwind playing cascading water. His intestines grow colder. A spasm wants to run down his spine, but doesn't. He clutches her forearm for support and takes another breath. He asks about the rest of the stuff. She consults her spiral pad, talking about quality, pedigree, condition of resins, uniqueness in the market. He doesn't understand most of it, just good to hear her talking, self-assured and serious, every beat a word, and every word meaningful. Maybe he doesn't understand, but he hopes to. She asks what he thinks. He asks about what? She asks if something is wrong. He seems distracted, was sitting in the dark in a daze when she arrived. She thinks she understands. He says if she does, she should let him in on it. She smiles at his helplessness, guessing that digging into his family history has upset him. Selling it must feel like selling his soul, or worse, his ancestors' souls. Her words cut into him. He begins to fear her. He says, it's just stuff he didn't even know he had, would have thrown it away if not for Ricky. She says it might be better that way. At least throwing away the spirit of his heritage wouldn't make it merchandise. He asks if she's trying to talk him out of this. She apologizes. She came to the antique business through school BA at Penn in Anthro and Archaeology, then a graduate degree in textiles from RISD. Everything she knows about antiques comes from inside out. It's more than business. It's a way to see history. She thought he had the same feelings when he got so low. He says this is all new to him, but he has to sell this stuff. He wants to find people like her to appreciate what they've got. He asks how much it's worth. She says if the paintings have artistic value, doubtful they could go high. But she can authenticate the dates and artist, Blythe Blakey Richards, so museums and universities would have anthropological interest. Furniture is arts and crafts and earlier. Clothes have museum possibilities plus collectors. Toys and tools might be most valuable. She'd sell to dealers. The whole lot, except the masks, might bring 40 to 100,000, probably closer to 40. Ricky stands in the kitchen doorway. Having heard, he says $4,000 just for knowing who should shake hands. That's what he needs to do for a living. He rubs his hands, grins, tells them to tell him the damage later. He's got to go see somebody. He shakes Blakey's hand, maybe the first time ever, kisses Narcissus on the cheek, and dances out full of expectations of Bethany's charms. Blakey asks how they do this. Narcissus explains she'll come with a camera and photograph everything. He'll get copies of each image. She'll give him a receipt and move the items to a room above her shop in Bridgehampton. Then she'll invite buyers. As she sells items, she passes on proceeds minus expenses and 20%. Blakey says he thought she got 10. She says Richard wants her to retain his fee also. Blakey says that's okay. He asks how soon before he sees money. She's going on a buying trip starting tomorrow for 10 days. 1 day for photographing and delivery. Then she has to email, call, or write to clients. Museums may take months to get back to her. Blakey asks if months is the timeline. Narcissus clarifies that many dealers are local, so she'll probably start getting something in a month to 6 weeks. He wonders how soon the bank will move to foreclose on his bad debt, already more than a month late on payments, needing at least $1,200 to get debtors off his back. He considers asking Narcissus for an advance, but can't get the words out. He doesn't want her to see him begging. He says it's too late for dinner. He's tired from all the work. Can they make it the day she comes for photographs? A shadow of sadness crosses her face, and he's glad he didn't ask for the advance. She says she understands this work is exhausting physically and in the heart. She curls her long finger around his forearm. It's meant to be supportive and succeeds. She tells him to keep the masks for a while, at least a year. He asks if she doesn't want to study them. She says it's more important that he keeps something with his roots. He should sleep next to them, feel their presence. No amount of study will replace his family's heart. She leans forward. He feels her breath on his arm. The way she looks at him holds a question, a request. She moves back and whispers that he's a sweet man. He wants to kiss her, but she moves too quickly, putting on her jacket and hefting her bag. When he approaches, she sticks out a hand. All he can do is shake and say goodbye. The next few days go quickly. He scrubs and cleans the basement, straightens the house as well as he can. The walls and floors need paint, but all he has is $40, so elbow grease is the only oil-based liquid he uses. Uncle Brent used to call him lazy and worthless. Said it whenever Blakey's mother was out. Brent would say he was surprised a boy like Blakey didn't starve because he was too lazy to lift a fork to his lips, then laugh in a wheezing manner. Blakey would wish Brent would fall down the steps and die. He hated everything about Brent. The Southern Negro dialect made him hate Brent's kind of blackness. He didn't want to be associated with street. You had to prove yourself to him if you didn't speak like an educated person, a white person. When Ricky came back from Brooklyn, Blakey didn't like him because he heard that same Southern talk in Ricky's words. Even now, 14 years after Brent died, Blakey is still angry at him. He curses the memory, threatens to kill it. Sometimes he spends whole days walking around the house cursing Brent and all the mean things he said. It's like Brent is still alive, and Blakey is in his late teens, forced to care for him after burying his own mother. Brent was bedridden by then. A nurse came from social services and Medicare, but Blakey was still expected to feed him and give him some drugs. He was never late or forgetful because his mother made him promise before she died, but that didn't mean he had to talk. He walked into that room with the tray, sullen and close-mouthed. Brent tried to be friendly, but Blakey couldn't speak. He blamed Brent for everything: his father's death, his mother's, the feeling he couldn't tie his shoes right. Even when Brent looked pitiful and small, Blakey hated him. The skin on Brent's face was brittle and creased. He resembled the center mask, a crack down the forehead to the lips. In those last days, Blakey dreamed about Brent, crying over his suffering. But the next morning, bringing in the soft-boiled egg, his heart hardened again. He spends 3 days cursing Brent and cleaning up years of squalor. At night he buys a cheap pint of Greenlee's gin and drinks it, but only after 10, only after he's read and eaten and done everything he has to do. He wants to cut down on the booze because of Clarence and Narcissus. Clarence thinks he's mad at Blakey, but really he's mad at Blakey from tipsy to drunk. Blakey gets mean with alcohol, thinks he's being funny, but he knew Clarence hated being called Clara. And Narcissus thinks he's sweet, sensitive, discriminating. Maybe if he stays sober for a while, he'll become a better person. Maybe he can make something of himself. Aniston Bennett arrives Friday at 4 exactly. Yellow short sleeves over a blue t-shirt, brown trousers, tennis shoes matching the blue shirt. No tie. The yellow shirt open at the throat, showing a hairy pale neck over the t-shirt collar. Oval head, chin coming to a tip like the masks in the box on Blakey's windowsill. Blue eyes, a perpetual shock, but no wonder or magic in the rest of his face. He extends a hand over the threshold. His small hand holds a surprisingly strong grip. Blakey invites him in. Bennett notices the house cleaning the living room crowded with ancestral refuse. Blakey leads him to the nook off the kitchen. Around a maple table with 3 chairs, a window looking into a stone yard fenced by vine-covered trellises, the ground tiled with mossy granite slabs, sunlight dappling through a slat roof. Blakey thinks such a beautiful sight will jack up any price the white man is willing to pay. Bennett barely notices the view. Blakey offers cola or lemonade. He shopped for this meeting, also has crackers, French bread, Parma ham. Bennett declines without gratitude and asks to see the cellar. Blakey leads him out the back door to the ground entrance, throws the trapdoor open, steps aside. He left the light on. Bennett hesitates, even steps backward. Then, with visible force of will, he steels himself and walks down the 16 stairs. Blakey follows. Bennett glances furtively corner to corner, up to the ceiling, back to the stairs, squinting though the light isn't bright. He claps his hands together, takes a deep breath. Blakey says the cellar has running water but no toilet. Bennett interrupts. He has particular requests. He wants to rent the cellar for 65 days starting July 1st. He will remain there the whole time and expects no one to enter except Blakey. Blakey will prepare and bring food and dispose of any materials needing disposal. Everything else will be delivered 2 weeks before he arrives, with instructions for any construction necessary. Blakey asks if Bennett wants him to be his cook and butler. Bennett says not exactly, but close enough. Blakey starts to refuse. Bennett says he will pay all expenses plus $750 a day. The math stops Blakey, $48,750. Aniston Bennett smiles. Math done right seems to please him. The basement made his skin crawl. Every instinct told him to climb back up, and he didn't bother hiding it, just turned and led the way out, leaving his guest to follow. The other man couldn't understand it. How could someone be so eager to rent a room he couldn't stand to stay inside for 5 minutes? Up in the breakfast room, the composure returned. He laid out the terms with practiced calm, an immediate cash deposit of $8,500, followed by a list of needed belongings sent by mid-June. The homeowner would follow every instruction. Then, at midnight on June 30th, the tenant would arrive, inspect the work, and hand over $20,000 plus another $5,000 for expenses. 65 days later, the balance all cash. Tiny shafts of sunlight caught the man's head and his small folded hands on the table. The light changed nothing about him. That earlier insecurity, that friendliness from their first meeting, looking back now, the homeowner recognized it for what it was, an act. A memory surfaced. His uncle's voice, describing evil white men as so cold they could bathe in ice water and still take their whiskey on the rocks. The question came out as a stall. What if he simply took the money and denied the deal? The smile that followed didn't reach anything present. It seemed borrowed from some earlier event. In the tenant's experience, people rarely reneged. Keeping your word was always easier than wading into lies or intrigue. The homeowner should have been frightened. Instead, confusion set in. What kind of worldview saw honesty as the stronger virtue in a world full of cheating and commercials and political lies? Clarence lied to his wife constantly, and had more girlfriends than he did. But then he thought of Narcissus. How easy the truth had been with her. He pointed out the obvious: the tenant planned to lie to the government about the money. The answer came back smooth as glass: the government wasn't real. He owed nothing to anyone who was themselves a lie or a liar. The conversation made his nerves fray. Thoughts swirled: love, lies, money, the mortgage, food, work. Days of job hunting had turned up nothing but part-time minimum wage at a highway McDonald's or a plastics factory. Neither would cover his bills. So why this house? How had Bennett found him? An associate had questioned Teddy Odit, looking for a place that met specific requirements. The same person asked Minder at the town bank, and the truth came out: no jobs around here, mortgage in arrears. The offer solved everything for both of them. But what those pure, innocent blue eyes and calm words revealed was terrifying. A stranger could walk in and learn more about his life than his closest family ever knew. How did Bennett make his money? The answer came: an agent for a consortium of investment and oil companies, research and reclamation work all over the world. Reclaiming what? Wealth. The word tickled him as he said it. No drugs. A shake of the head. Hands still hadn't moved. Sunlight now touched his forearms. Was the money on him? In a brown paper bag in the trunk. So, hand it over, and then just wait for the furniture and everything? A nod. So Bennett really had found out about the mortgage, the house, everything. The man got what he wanted. He wanted the cellar, and was willing to give what the homeowner needed. There was nothing wrong with wanting to live like a monk, and certainly nothing wrong with $50,000. But something lingered, some formality, some unspoken expectation that made this feel like more than a vacation or retreat. He wanted the right question, the one that would pull out the truth Bennett claimed to believe in. But it couldn't go on much longer. A no meant the bank, which wouldn't give a petty embezzler any break and no work. What did Bennett plan to do down there? Reading, thinking, maybe some writing if the opportunity came. Nothing else? Eat and sleep. The face remained patient, even offering a small, tired smile. What did if the opportunity came mean? Many things depended on circumstance. Opportunities stemmed from those circumstances. He was beaten. Bennett wanted a hermit's life in a 200-year-old cellar. He needed the money. His mother's imagined advice was only a sad face and a deep sigh. Uncle Brent would have damned him either way. He wanted to say no. Instead came the okay, bring the paper bag. They had a deal. The white man handed over the bag and shook his hand in the street. Across the way, Irene Littleneck watched and smoked. A soft goodbye. See you on July 1st. You bet. The turquoise Volkswagen made a U-turn and disappeared. Irene's gaze met his from her porch. She wanted an explanation. He'd known her since childhood, getting into trouble, having his ears twisted by her and her sister Chastity. He called out, asking after Chastity. Resting, the old woman replied. Give her my best. Thank you. And just like that, the heavy stare of accusation turned off. A kind word about family always softened her. The phone rang a very long time before he answered, a groggy hello. Was he awake? Monday morning, sprawled on the living room floor. His pillow, a paper bag holding nearly $8,000 atop a brand-new boombox from East Hampton. Next to him, a half-empty bottle of Courvoisier. A cognac high was the smoothest thing in the world. Even the hangover felt like being squeezed by a velvet vice. Afternoon, came the voice on the line. Ricky. As wild as Ricky thought he was, he remained blue-collar. Sleeping through daylight bordered on sinful. What did Ricky want? His mom got back from her sister's last night. Tell her hello. Yeah, okay. But listen, Bethany wanted to come over tonight. She had a roommate, and Ricky had his mom. Didn't she have her own room? When he sat up, a spasm ripped through his guts. For a moment, he thought he'd vomit right on his money. The kind of loving Bethany served up was too loud for a small apartment. Ricky's voice turned greedy. Could they stay here tonight? Same deal he used to make with Clarence. Through the window, a hawk appeared, stiff-winged, wheeling around. A huntress, honing in on her prey. The thought sent a chill through him. He forgot about Ricky for a few seconds. Ricky offered to let him keep the $50 he owed. He had that $50 right here in his wallet. Where'd you get that? He rose to his feet, the paper bag of money in his right hand. Yeah, they could stay. He'd even make dinner. The day became a blur of errands. He made 4 mortgage payments in cash at the Southampton Bank, then paid ahead on utilities. Groceries for a month included 6 quarts of cheap bourbon, no more wasting money on cognac. Paint, brushes, tools, cleaning supplies, 3 pairs of jeans, timberjack work boots, 4 flannel shirts, a new toothbrush. He renewed the New York Times subscription, partly because Bennett might want it, and bought 4 CDs of Thelonious Monk, the only music both he and Brent had ever loved. At the used bookstore in the harbor, he picked up 15 sci-fi hardbacks, mostly Philip K. Dick and Brian Aldiss. He was digging in for the long haul, driven by fear that he'd blow through Bennett's money before handling business. Brent used to say money ran through his fingers like water down a drain. He wasn't wrong. The first thing after Bennett left a pure gold ring from an East Hampton antique store, slender, with a pale green stone. From India, Mrs. Kennelly said. A woman's ring too small for him. He wanted it anyway. Once he had the money, he couldn't help himself. His mother used to give him an allowance every Saturday morning. He'd spend the rest of the day shopping for candy and gifts for her. She'd tell him not to spend everything, but her eyes lit up anyway. By the time Ricky and Bethany arrived, he was cooking. Hot and sweet Italian sausages fried with whole garlic cloves, then simmered in red wine and tomato sauce. The vermicelli water had just hit boiling when they walked in, let themselves in through the front door. Bethany was taller than Ricky by inches, nearly twice his size but not fat. Big chest, powerful legs, flat stomach, wide face the color of dark amber, big teeth, an embarrassing laugh, eyes that glittered on arrival. She called out his name, commenting on the smell, asking if he had some for them. He replied that he didn't know if they'd had time to eat. From what Ricky said, he thought they were tired and needed bed. She denied it. They came to see him and eat sausages too. She put her arms around him and kissed him. He hugged her back. Ricky declared they should eat. For a while he had company and no thoughts in his head. Bethany loved eating and sex, but also talking about herself. They heard her plans moving to Atlanta, opening a braid and nail parlor. She loved children. She'd gone to wild parties at crazy artists' homes in Southampton. One well-known painter asked her to model 3 times, but each time her ample beauty moved him so much he had to make love to her instead. He could see her stories were meant to excite her male audience. It worked. Ricky nearly swooned. He'd run into her at a Riverhead mall a week ago, and she'd given him hopes. Now he was only a sausage away. Ricky wanted to show her something upstairs. She asked what? Something, he said. Then she invited Charles to come too, her expression playful and half-lidded. In nature, he would have killed Ricky right then. He said he'd be up in a few minutes. Ricky sighed relief. She smiled, told him to come on up, and Ricky grabbed her arm. Too rough, she complained, but she was coming. He washed dishes and stared out the window. Aniston Bennett. The bag of money hidden in the fold-out sofa bed in his father's old library. A bag full of money wasn't normal. No matter how much the little white man acted like it was a simple business transaction, he clearly wanted to hide what he was doing. That made him nervous. But he couldn't see a way out. $2,500 was already gone. How bad could it be? Bennett couldn't hurt anybody down there. He was little. Couldn't hurt him unless he had a gun, but he could lock the doors. Of course, a man with a gun could get through a door or window. Why pay money? Why not just shoot him in the breakfast nook? He couldn't believe Bennett had any designs on his welfare. He decided to get drunk and stop worrying. A faint sound drifted down. A whisper. But it had to be a roar to reach the kitchen from the 3rd-floor parents' room. That was the deal he usually made with Clarence. He could come with a girlfriend, stay on the 3rd floor, while he slept downstairs in his father's den. First time Ricky had asked. He never imagined Bethany, who spoke in a small, high voice, could get that loud. Memories surfaced being a child. His parents wanted to be alone, to talk, they said. They'd go to their room and tell him to go play. But he wanted to play with them. After being sent away from the door a few times, he'd wander to the pantry with toy soldiers and guns. Happy then, because a vent let him hear their soft murmuring while he played. Bethany's voice came through clear, guiding Ricky. Right there, over and over. Ricky said something, and she answered with a flood of yeses. He hadn't masturbated in 3 days because of the alcohol. By the time he got around to it, he was too dizzy. Bethany told Ricky where to move, and when he got it right, she let out a strained roar. That was his first orgasm, too. Furniture rocked. Squeals. She knew what she wanted and was very specific. Hearing a woman ask for pleasure like that brought him to his knees among cereal boxes and plastic grape juice containers. After the 3rd orgasm, he had to leave the pantry for the living room. He began to drink, needed to slow his beating heart. From the sofa, occasional moans or gasping sobs reached him, but whiskey dulled his urges. He fell half into a doze. Bethany's voice came again, asking if he was awake. He was on the couch. At least, he thought he'd been asleep. He'd been looking at her in her tight satin slip for quite some time. She repeated the question. He mumbled yes. Ricky's asleep, she said, as if that mattered. She sat next to him. He got up almost without thinking and moved to a chair. That made her smile. She asked if he was scared of her. He changed the subject. She knew a lot of those rich people from New York, right? She said some, confused. They did crazy things, he pressed. She guessed so. They thought they were crazy and wild, didn't have to go to work in the morning. The only real difference she could see, they thought they were smarter and better than people with less money, and they wanted a lot more, like that artist she used to see. He wanted to be the best at everything, so rich that everyone told him he was the best. When he started playing trumpet, His friend said he sounded like Miles Davis. That wasn't how it was around here. Somebody would set you straight in a minute. She smiled. He wanted to kiss her not just because she was beautiful, but because she wasn't impressed by the lies rich people wore like clothes. She knew where her feet were planted. Right then, he thought she wanted to stand closer. She stood and walked to his chair. He stood to meet her. She was about to lay her hand on his chest. He took her wrist and gently pushed her away. He wanted to see her, he said, but not downstairs from Ricky after she'd made him so happy. She suggested a shower. That wasn't it. Ricky could get low and dirty, but he was the only friend he had right now. This wasn't easy. Could he make her some tea? She frowned for a few seconds, then shrugged and smiled. A sweater lay on the floor. She must have dropped it when she saw him on the couch. She picked it up and covered all that youthful beauty. Over Irish breakfast tea at 4:30 in the morning, Bethany talked about the rich white people she'd known. She enjoyed the fine dinners and fancy houses, but rich people, even the black ones, couldn't satisfy her like folks from their neighborhood. Her own people just knew her better. Like Ricky tonight, she'd thought he might have a heart attack. He was so excited. And before he fell asleep, he was talking about everyday things. Jonetta Johnston, Kirby. Rich men always wanted to teach something, always asking if you knew when they knew you didn't know and didn't care either. Ricky came downstairs at sunrise. His eyes went suspicious at first, but Bethany flashed her big teeth and told him Charles had made her tea. He calmed down, kissed her face and neck. They went back upstairs. He was so tired, he didn't even listen. He fell asleep with his bag of money in his dead father's fold-out sofa and dreamed of Aniston Bennett humongous, wedged tight in the cellar, sticking his head out of the trap door and begging to be let free. The next week he worked on the basement and read the books he'd bought. Late every afternoon, Ricky called to crow about further conquests with Bethany. One night they did it on the beach. The next night in an almost empty movie house. Late every night Bethany called him. She just wanted to talk, she'd say. Every conversation ended with her worrying that Ricky was too in love with her. She liked him. He was sweet, but he wasn't the kind of man who could ring that bell. Twice she wondered if she could come over in those wee hours. Every time, he stayed strong. He told her he'd really like to see her, but Ricky liked her, and he couldn't break his friend's heart. She asked, what if they broke up? Could she come over then? He didn't know. She pointed out that if he didn't want to hurt Ricky, he could let her come over and just not tell him. That way nobody got hurt. He said he'd think about it. He didn't care about Bethany and Ricky right then. The next morning, Narcissus Gully was due to come take photographs. He'd spent the day cleaning again, actually just moving whatever mess collected into the pantry. He didn't drink for 24 hours before her arrival. He took a long bath and shaved. When the doorbell rang, he wasn't expecting the 20-something copper-toned Dominican Adonis of assistants. The young man greeted him in Spanish, introduced himself as Araldo. Miss Gully had sent him to set up for the shoot. He was tall, but Araldo had him beat at least 6'4", wearing only cut-off shorts and a white t-shirt. Well-defined muscles, not grotesque except for calves that bulged, big golden brown locks, a beautiful face. He stammered something. Geraldo said the word preparation slowly, indicating a pile of paraphernalia behind him, lighting, screens, rugs, big camera boxes. He invited Geraldo into the living room. The assistant lifted the entire pile into a rippling embrace and carried it inside. He showed Geraldo where to set up. The young man spent a long time with a light meter, examining windows to find the exact right position for rugs and screens. He examined the heirlooms, holding them up to light and using his meter. After a lot of watching, he asked if Geraldo was taking the pictures. The boyish smile and manly headshake must have broken many hearts before. No, Miss Gully took the pictures. He just set up. So he worked for her? They were friends. She loved his painting work and gave him jobs when she could. He lived at Harry Lake's house in East Hampton, his master in oils. A great master. Harry had sent for him from New York after seeing his show at the Rhinoceros Gallery on Avenue A. Did he know it? Know what? The Rhinoceros Gallery. A very important place. Harry found him there and let him use the garage as a studio and to sleep. So how did he know Narcissus? He'd been walking down the street, just walking, and saw the most beautiful quilts hanging in her window. The designs were like the ones he painted, and he had to see them, touch them. Passion built up in Geraldo's voice. He wondered what else Geraldo was touching up in Narcissus Gully's store. He said for no reason that she sells quilts. Geraldo sneered it wasn't a hot dog stand. This was art. She collected, shared, taught. Sometimes someone might pay for learning something to live with beauty. But she did not just sell quilts. He'd never really gotten the knack of talking to artists. You couldn't talk about how much it paid or what you thought you liked. If he thought a painting was ugly, someone told him he didn't understand. If he thought it was good, they told him the same thing. Artists saw a different place, a higher place, while he was on the level of some stray dog who only knew how to hunt for pussy and food in a black and white world. Geraldo sneered again and turned back to work. He considered kicking him out, but thought better of it. He didn't want trouble with Narcissus Gully. Just the opposite, he'd begun having deep feelings for the antique dealer. Every night after talking to Bethany, he had lascivious dreams about Narcissus. They always started at a dinner table, in a restaurant or at someone's house, a barbecue or picnic. No matter where they ended up, they always started eating. He'd bring the wine and she was barely dressed, shy about her small breasts and slender thighs, but he would console her, stroking her body and rubbing his face against her magnificent skin. His excitement grew and grew, but always before they could embrace, something interrupted a waiter with the check, a downpour on their picnic, someone at the door. Her mother or Clarence wanting to apologize. No matter who, he'd get so angry. He'd wake up with a powerful erection. Awake, he couldn't recapture the ardor of his dreams. Without passion, there was no desire for consummation. Her voice came from behind him. Mr. Blakey. He turned. Hi, Narcissus. She acknowledged Geraldo. Hello, having satisfied her social obligation. Had he been here long? Not long, the godling reported to his muse. He was holding up a terrible painting done by his Aunt Blythe, asking if it was really worth the film. She gave instructions, paintings first, then clothes, then the hard objects. The look on Geraldo's face, crestfallen, was worth a week of hard labor. Narcissus excused them, saying they'd be working for a while. He offered to leave her alone if she called him Charles. She smiled without answering, and he left, grinning broadly at the sour-faced assistant. The next few hours were tough. He read a book but wanted a drink. The story followed a prince stripped of memory, exiled from a magical kingdom to mundane earth. Agents tried to kill him, but in his confused state he couldn't understand why. He liked the story because he often felt that way, persecuted without knowing why. Why was he alive, seeing and thinking and dreaming, if everything was just stoplights and televisions, tests and failures, red wine and death? He didn't want a drink to escape, not then. He needed a drink, because he wanted to ask Narcissus for that rain check on the dinner they'd missed. The first obstacle asking in front of the adoring Geraldo's imposing physique. But he got over that. Narcissus wasn't all that interested in the Dominican artist. When he strutted and preened, she barely noticed. He was just an assistant. But even seeing that Geraldo was no competitor, he still held back. After the prince escaped from being nearly crushed to death, and then incarcerated in a mental hospital running now, he decided to check on his guests. He entered the room and asked how it was going. Geraldo sneered. Narcissus took off her glasses and smiled. They were halfway through. It was taking longer than usual because she was taking separate slide shots. Some pieces were so wonderful, she'd have to send them for projection. He stammered just a small one, asking if she'd like dinner after this. That single double skip on the letter D made him want to bite off his tongue. He'd told her everything about his fears and weaknesses. Geraldo was behind him, surely grinning at his failed manhood. The smile on Narcissus's lips felt like pity and pleasure, at a child's discomfort. She was sorry she had plans. He nodded, putting an upbeat tone into the grunt, realizing too late that made him sound even more pitiable. But maybe coffee or something after they finished. There were a couple things to discuss. No problem, he said, just as long as they were through before 7, because he had to get out and eat something. Every word seemed calculated to make him look like a fool. Back in the kitchen, he felt like he was descending into a pit. Each step brought him lower. All it was that doubled. A stuttering skip, and his fingers tingled. The light in the room refused to illuminate. He wasn't hungry, he didn't want a drink. Months of unemployment, loneliness, drunken poverty all surfaced. He would have liked to cry but couldn't. The prince in his novel had reduced to a mass of unreadable words. Minutes passed. He kept sinking. At some point, Narcissus came in. She'd sent Geraldo away, but he didn't care. She wanted coffee. He made it, but the brew was unbearably weak. She took no more than a sip. She asked if he was okay. He looked kind of sad. He said he was fine. Was this a good time to talk? Sure. It was about the masks. She was excited, pulling a large book from her shoulder bag and opening it. Since he didn't move his head, she pulled her chair next to his and opened to a page marked by a red ribbon. A carven mask resembling the 3 on his windowsill. Passport masks, she said. That's what this was, and what they'd found in that box. Used as identification, but also as a way of bringing home along with you on long journeys. Hard to say, but his masks could represent a family, maybe 3 brothers or friends who set sail for America as indentured servants. Most passport masks were wood, so the fact these were ivory might have special significance. He grunted because she seemed to be waiting for a response. They might have belonged to rich men, maybe even royalty. His family might descend from a direct bloodline of kings. The emphasis she put on kings was dramatic, full of feeling. But if he was a prince, he too had forgotten. He was getting hungry, almost impossible to get those few words out. He told her to write or call about the stuff she was selling. But these masks, she started. He had to talk about it later. Later. He was looking at the book, a longish face carved from wood, eyes gouged out, making a ridge for the nose, forehead high, mouth just a slit. Narcissus's hands closed the book and pulled it away. Her chair slid backward. As she moved away, the air on that side seemed to cool, as if her body heat had been keeping him warm. He didn't want her to go but couldn't look up, much less ask her to stay. His uncle's voice surfaced. The boy's so retarded, he sits on the toilet waiting for inspiration to wipe his ass. That's how he felt. The front door closed. His descent progressed even though he didn't move a muscle for a very long time. He closed the windows and locked the front and back doors at 3 in the morning. He snapped the phone connections out of the wall and moved the masks down into his father's library. He slept with the money and the masks for a day and a half. People came to the front door. He didn't answer. Once Ricky came around the library window and called his name. After he was gone, he connected the phone long enough to call Ricky's mother's house and leave a message on the answering machine. He said he was okay, just thinking about some stuff and needed to spend some time alone. He disconnected the phone again and spent almost the next 6 weeks alone in his house. He only went out for pizzas and whiskey. As time passed, he had less and less desire to see or speak to anyone. Letters came, mainly from Bethany. Long, yearning letters about wanting to see him and asking what was wrong. Ricky had told her about his phone message. She said she was worried. Every letter grew more intimate and passionate, 10 to 12 pages and a rolling cursive hand. He didn't finish most of them but got the gist. On week 3, she broke up with Ricky and wanted to see him. By week 5, she confessed her love. She didn't know how it happened, but she loved him more than any other man she'd ever known. There was something so strong and gentle about him. He didn't care what people thought and just followed his own mind. She didn't know what he was doing or thinking right now, but she hoped when he was ready, he would call her and see how deep she felt. A letter arrived from Narcissus Gully. Enclosed was a check for $632 from the sale of 4 of his great-aunt's paintings to a museum in Charleston, South Carolina. They were excited to obtain the works and wanted more. She tried to call but never got an answer. She also wanted to apologize for how she'd acted at his house. She realized afterward that he was saddened by the loss of so much family history and that she and Geraldo had been like invaders. She offered to make it up by buying him dinner sometime. She acknowledged they always seemed at cross purposes with dinner, but was sure they could make it work. He wrote back a brief note. She seemed to be handling the sales well, so she should continue as she saw fit. He'd been under the weather lately, but when he revived he would call. 2 women wanted to see him. At least they thought they did. In his mind he'd convinced himself that his unavailability was what piqued their interest. If he dared to go out on one date, it would all be over. He wanted to call both of them, almost connected the phone 2 or 3 times every day. But when the moment came, he lost his nerve. Bethany even came to the door one night. She rang and knocked and called his name. He didn't answer. He just stood at the second-floor window at the top of the stairs and watched until she went away. Those weeks felt like a small sample of his whole life up until that time, a waste. He slept, ate, and drank according to his own clock. He hardly shaved or bathed. He read for escape. If he'd been a brave man, he probably would have killed himself. He was everything his Uncle Brent said he was, and less. Nothing ever changed. He never got better or worse. The Honest and Bennett's boxes arrived, and the world he knew receded like an unfinished novel whose story had become overwrought and tedious. The truck that came that afternoon was unmarked brown. The burly moving man had a knock that could not be ignored. He came down expecting police, or maybe the fire department. Both men wore green work pants and strap undershirts. White, at least one bore tattoos, but he thought both were marked up with naked women, knives, and hearts. The blonde balding one announced they were supposed to put the delivery in the basement. He told them to go around the side. He was in swimming trunks and tennis shoes. Down in the cellar, the men hefted 6 long flat boxes one at a time, laying 5 on the floor in a rudimentary flower pattern, 1 in the center, the other 4 parallel to the sides. The 6th flat box went against the far wall. The boxes were very heavy. He could tell by the way the men strained. After that, came 24 boxes of various sizes and weights. Finally, they delivered a loose-leaf notebook vacuum sealed in shiny clear plastic. The balding man handed over the notebook and said that was it. He asked if he needed to sign something. "No signatures, no tips," the man replied. They turned and climbed out of the cellar. He supposed they got into their truck and drove back to some garage near where Bennett said he lived. He didn't see them out. Instead, he sat on the basement stairs and began to read his instructions. He didn't remember what he'd been doing when the movers came, but he knew he'd been suffering a severe hangover. That vanished as soon as he saw the first handwritten page. The notebook contained about 30 such pages on lined paper, but the words followed an equal and rigid pattern side to side, resembling marching ants, so small and even in their progress. The first page was headlined "The Construction of the Cell." The instructions began with opening the center flat box and removing the cardboard. Following them revealed a heavy slatted piece of metal that opened into a 9-foot square. Flat steel bands at least a 1/4 inch thick became a latticework grid. A woman might get her hands through an opening, or a small-boned man, but a workman could only get a few fingers through. At each angle there was a tie that would fit the tough-looking little padlocks he also found in the box. Box 9 held a heavy rubber mat that fit over the slats. Boxes 2 through 5 were the walls of the cage, exactly the same design, except there was no matting, and number 5 had a small square opening in the front, 3 feet by 3 feet. Box 12 contained the door to fit into that space. It had conventional bars, and was designed to open by lifting it like a pet portal. The roof of the cage was heavy, but with a little effort he was able to push it over and on top of the 9-foot cube. All the walls and top and bottom had loops that fitted together and were designed to be held fast by the little padlocks. Each of the 37 padlocks had a numbered key and a small brass keychain. There was a larger keychain onto which all the smaller keys fit. It took a couple of hours to construct the cage or cell, as the instructions called it. The basement was large, but that structure dominated the space. The tough metal slats gleamed as if brand new. He wondered what kind of animal Bennett would bring that was so dangerous. It had to be kept in a cage. There were more instructions, but he was tired. He went to the house, ate some frosted cornflakes, and then, on a whim, went back to the cellar, crawled into the cage and stretched out. An odd sensation. He'd never been in jail, but he thought this was close. The light around him seemed to teem like insects in a swamp because of the winking between slats and spaces. The rubber was comfortable enough. There was a certain reassurance to the wall's enclosure. He wondered if this cage was for Bennett's rest. Maybe he was afraid people would attack him in his sleep. Maybe he just liked the walls. He wasn't aware of falling asleep. It was deep, deep rest. The electric light moving across his face as he shifted felt like a cloudy afternoon. The silence of his cellar spoke glowingly of eternal rest. But when he woke up, he was disoriented. He'd forgotten where he was. The reality of the cell scared him. He jumped to his feet, trying to find a way out. There was none. At least that's what he thought. He shouted for help, running side to side, hitting the walls, but there was no give. Finally, he forced himself to sit down. Shaking, he wondered how much of the tremors came from whiskey. Then he saw the door down and unlocked, but the fit was snug. He had to push pretty hard to get out. Crawling out of the cage made the shakes worse. Cold and nauseous, he couldn't rise from his knees. The realization hit him he had never known real fear before. He had lived a whole lifetime in complete safety. No solace came with that knowledge. He rolled into a fetal ball and began to moan. Salty sweat trickled between his lips. A shuddering, moth-like throbbing played along the nerves of his neck. He didn't know how long he stayed like that, maybe an hour or more. When the fear subsided, he experienced a release so profound that even breath became an ecstasy of incredible joy. Dark outside. Evening cool and clear. He got into his car and drove out to the beach past Bridgehampton, parked, and walked for hours along the shore. The ocean played its music. The moon cast shadows through clouds. His bare feet found the wet sand cold, but that was good. He needed bodily sensation to counteract the fear that hadn't left but simply subsided. Miles down from his car, he came to an empty parking lot. 2:30 in the morning. A phone booth. Information gave up Bethany's number. She answered on the fourth ring, her voice sleepy. He said her name, suddenly awake and happy. She said his. He told her about the lot. She knew where it was. She didn't ask how he got there or what he wanted, just said she'd be right there. He sat on the ground next to the phone and waited. Nearly half an hour later, headlights came down the long path from the road. Fog had rolled in, softening the beams and tinging them yellow. He stood and waved, wondering if this late-night motorist was her. The car veered toward him. A catch in his lungs, fear of being alone in the dark. She yelled his name out the window, hit the brakes, made the car squeal and slide on gravelly asphalt, like an old movie where star-crossed lovers finally come together after war and famine and cruel twists of fate. A short black dress, no hose, lips deep red, every hair in place. She took him in her arms and asked what was wrong. He said he didn't know not a lie, and that he needed a bath. 10 minutes back to her place, she kept asking what had happened, but he couldn't talk yet. His teeth chattered. He blamed the cold. She accepted the excuse. Maybe that really was why he couldn't talk. Her roommate was gone back to Baltimore for the week. She gave him a big towel. He spent a long time under the shower, washing completely, even brushing his teeth with a blue brush on the sink. When he came out draped in the towel, he was ready to talk, but the time for talking was over for a while. They kissed more than he had kissed in his whole life, long, wet kisses with hungry little grunts punctuating their pleasure. He kissed her breasts and toes, the round crack of her buttocks, the spaces behind her thighs. He massaged her shoulders while licking the back of her neck. When she moved back to watch him, He kissed the blankets on her bed. After they made love, he held tight. She told him to hold her. The hugging went on into the morning, leading to many more bouts of passion. He was making up for a starvation diet, broken in a fit of fear. The next day, he asked her to take him back to his car. She asked when she would see him. He didn't know he'd call when all of this was over. All of what? He didn't know what, okay? He just didn't know. She drove without asking anything else. At the car, she hesitated, then said she wanted to see him again. He said he wanted to too. He left her feeling no shred of the love they'd shared the night before. After that night, the days passed quickly. He spent most of his time reading sci-fi novels, but also unpacked the rest of Bennett's boxes. 3 tin plates, each broken into different size segments like a TV dinner tray. A portable toilet unit to be connected by rubber tubing to a canister designed to empty its contents. A box of books, various elastic exercising devices, a cigar box holding 3 pens, 2 pencils, a dozen cream-colored envelopes, and a small ream of blank notepaper. It seemed Bennett had everything he needed to live in that hole for a very long time. The books were all hardback. The Wealth of Nations, The Prince, The Complete Story of Civilization by Will and Ariel Durant. Maybe 90 books in all, about 15 non-fiction most economic texts, titles he didn't recognize. The fiction and poetry was high quality. The Alexandria Quartet, Huckleberry Finn, the collected works of Philip Larkin, 4 quartets, Moby Dick, a book called Vineland, also the Bible and the Koran. One very large atlas with no publication information privately published, he guessed, containing specialized geographic information. Many maps were color-coded with initials that made no sense and weren't explained anywhere. They were all books he would have liked to read sometime in the past, to know what was in the Bible and the history of the world so he could sound smart arguing with Clarence. But he couldn't concentrate on that kind of reading. His mind drifted when there were too many facts or tough sentences. That's one reason he'd finally left college. Lectures he could pick up by ear, but heavy text put him in deep water. 2 sets of powder blue pajamas decorated with red dashes at all angles. All in all, like summer camp for a cracked adult. All except that cage. 3 days before Bennett was due, a telegram slipped under his front door sometime the previous day. After numerous attempts to reach him by telephone, they were contacting him this way to confirm the appointment and ask him to meet the client's train at 12:04 a.m. He was to confirm his agreement by calling the number on the card Bennett had given at their first meeting. No signature, but none was necessary. He thought the secrecy strange, but Bethany had told him about rich people and how odd they were. It took the entire day to find that card. He turned the house inside out. Finally found it in the upstairs hamper, the pocket he'd put it in after calling Bennett the first time. A familiar voice answered. An investment strategies group. A click. Mr. Bennett. Another click. Not in at the moment, but would return the message at the earliest possible time. Please leave your name and number after the signal. He said he'd be there at midnight and hung up. He was there in the lamp-lit parking lot at midnight. An obese family, the Benoits, mother and children waited too. Trudy, the mother, looked at him nervously. A black man at midnight with the train not yet in. He hailed her, asking if she was meeting Raoul. That put her at ease. She smiled and nodded. Didn't remember his name. Maybe she couldn't distinguish between black men. It didn't matter what white people saw when they looked at him. Why would he care? The train arrived. A few people got off, most into cars. 3 taxis rolled up from the colored company Clarence dispatched for. The few travelers without cars climbed into the cabs. Raoul Benoit, thin, dapper, silver-gray suit, tried and failed to get his arms around his wife. He kissed his children and herded them like beach balls toward a blue station wagon. A voice behind him. Clarence had driven up in a cab with 3 passengers in back and a woman beside him in front. All white. The riders looked uncomfortable. One man in the back checked his watch. He asked if Clarence was driving now. Athalia needed braces, so 3 nights a week. How was he doing? Fine, he said, looking over his shoulder. "Did he need a ride?" "No." "What was he doing out here meeting somebody?" Before he could answer, the woman next to Clarence asked impatiently if they could get going. He said vaguely, "It must be the next train." Clarence informed him the next train was tomorrow. "Oh." A man in the back seat said, "Driver?" Clarence's tone went sharp. On the platform next to the station sign in the darkness, he saw the silhouette of a small man. The passengers said they needed to get home. Clarence snapped back that if they couldn't wait a minute while he checked on his friend, they could walk. Silence. He told Clarence to go on. He had his car. He could drive home. Clarence said he'd tried to call. He'd been thinking, he replied. Clarence asked if he wanted to get together. He said he'd call next week. Concern crossed Clarence's face. A good man, a friend as long as either could remember, but there was no way to talk to him. Clarence shrugged, said see ya, and drove off. As he left, Aniston Bennett approached from the platform. He stood his ground, waiting. Bennett greeted him. The air was cool, his windbreaker was enough. Moths floated around floodlights. He detected the barely distinguishable motion of bats, feasting on fluttering bugs in hovering darkness. He took a deep breath and prepared himself. He wanted to start this thing on the right foot. Never had a tenant before and didn't want to be taken advantage of. Everything mattered that he waited for Bennett to walk to him, that he didn't offer to take the satchel. All Bennett carried was that small leather bag. He wondered what the man planned to wear for 2 months. Bennett said his name. He said Bennett's back. Bennett said he'd tried to call but got no answer. He knew he'd gotten the telegram. Did Bennett get his message? A shrug indicated. Yes, he was here. That would have been a good moment to take the bag, but he didn't. He indicated his car was over there, the brown Dodge. They made their way. Bennett threw his bag in the back seat and they were off. He asked why Bennett needed him to pick him up, turning onto the highway. They hadn't said anything about a limo service. Bennett wanted to be circumspect about this retreat. No one knew where he was going. Part of the idea, complete isolation from everything in his world. He didn't want his car in the driveway or a driver who remembered where he was dropped. That sounded illegal. He didn't want to be involved in anything against the law. Bennett looked at him and laughed silently. Not illegal. In his world he was pretty well known, and some people thought he was important for their money. He didn't want anybody finding him. This time was his own. Off the highway, he spotted 3 dear luminescent eyes transfixed by his high beams. They sped past. At least they were witnesses to their passage, he thought. He asked what Bennett was laughing about. Bennett told him to ask later, then sat back in the passenger seat and let out a deep sigh. Could have been pleasure, or the last breath of a dying man. As they drove up the gravel driveway, Bennett asked if he could pull into the garage. If they were going to see this secrecy thing through, they might as well do it right. He almost sneered, but remembered Miss Littleneck probably sitting on her front porch, smoking and spying on the night. He wasn't sure if he wanted the neighborhood to know about his tenant. He opened the garage door and drove in. They exited out the back of the garage and down through the hatch to the cellar. He snapped on the light. Bennett immediately began inspecting the work: a small red plastic table and chair, a futon unfurled. Bennett dragged the table and chair toward the small door of the cage, asking for help. Bennett crawled inside. With effort, he passed the furniture through. Bennett arranged it like a small bedroom. He handed over the clothes, stationery, small items. Then Bennett asked for the crapper, the oval-shaped cylinder. He dragged it to the door, and Bennett strained it against the back wall of the cage. Bennett said now they just needed to put the pump back, and they'd be in business. Bennett stood and approached him. Looking at the man through the diamonds of the cage, he thought not for the first time that the structure might bear more than a resemblance to a prison cell. Bennett asked if he'd figured it out yet, as if reading his mind. What? Again the silent laugh. He asked again. What? This was Bennett's prison, and he was the warden and guard. Are you crazy? The sentence just came out, not really a question. Bennett asked if he liked to drink. Why didn't he go up to the house and get them some liquor? Bennett would explain why he wasn't crazy and why this was important for both of them, a request bordering on a gentle command. There was no polite answer except to go get a bottle and 2 glasses. He wanted to be out of Bennett's presence for a minute. Aniston Bennett was a man who made you do what he wanted. Reasonable, generous, knowledgeable, not mad. But what he was saying made him want to run. Charles Blakey turns his back on the conversation and walks away, heading up toward the house. His destination is the pantry, where cheap whiskey bottles wait, the same pantry where he once overheard Bethany's cries of passion, where his parents murmured secrets that somehow comforted him. He returns with the whiskey and 2 squat glasses that have sat on the shelf longer than anyone can remember. Settling onto the stairs, he finds Aniston Bennett has pulled out his red chair to join him. Bennett begins explaining himself. Imagine he's a criminal who wants to pay for his crimes. Charles admits he doesn't understand if Bennett wants jail. Why not just turn himself into real police? Bennett answers flatly that he doesn't recognize any government or organized law enforcement as legitimate. He could be a prime minister, or an anarchist, or something beyond human entirely. The way he looks down on everyone. Even if he did recognize the system, he says, there's no crime here. They could try him for maybe some financial laws, but he would never let the hypocrites on the bench judge him. Charles still doesn't get it. He downs his glass in frustration, pours another with the grateful relief of a full bottle nearby, and demands to know what his basement has to do with any of this. What does he have to do with it? Bennett tells him everything about existence is random. The universe might have laws, but those laws don't care about Charles or Bennett or anyone they touch. People are just mistakes who got up and walked away. The only certainties are death and the will to survive. He speaks like a tiny man claiming to be a giant, and yet he's convincing. He adds that people make their own victories and mistakes, and for a moment, something sad and fragile cracks through his certainty. There's no justice unless the judged agree, he says. Without understanding and repentance, there's only revenge. He reaches over and refills both glasses. Charles presses him. What crime? What justice? What revenge? Bennett replies that Charles should imagine the worst crime possible, then make it worse, and then he'll have a glimpse of what Bennett has done. The whiskey is working on both of them. Charles's vision blurs, Bennett's voice softens towards something human. Charles tells him he doesn't need to know any of this, doesn't need to be part of it. Bennett reminds him he paid. Charles fires back that the deal was basement rental, not starting a private prison. The police could find Bennett locked up down here and charge Charles with kidnapping. Absolutely not. Bennett asks if Charles has spent the money. Charles says he'll return what's left and repay the rest. Bennett points out Charles needs money. Why not take it while he can? Charles demands to know what Bennett knows about him, about what he needs. Bennett smiles and nods everything. Then Bennett lays it out. He knows where Charles went to high school. His friends Clarence and Ricky, nicknamed Cat. He knows Charles worked at Harbor Savings and embezzled $430 from his drawer. The whiskey dulls the impact. Charles wonders if getting him drunk was part of the plan. The bank president, who initially liked Charles, felt betrayed and blacklisted him among the town's business community. His parents are dead. No one else in the family cares much about him. He drinks too much. He cried for 5 days after his mother died. He had 3 years at Long Island City College, but dropped out despite passing grades. He's broke, unemployed, and there's a $30,000 mortgage that could cost his family their home. Charles demands to know where Bennett got all that. Bennett explains there's a man named Philo Nunn who used to work for him. Nunn now works for the investigation division of Morgenthau and Haupt. Charles doesn't know the name, but the bank president did. He started stuttering when Nunn called, understanding that even the smallest foothold with that firm could transform his career in finance. Bennett refills Charles's glass without Charles even noticing it was empty. Charles asks how Nunn found all that out if he doesn't even work for Bennett anymore. Bennett smiles and says Philo, Nunn owes him his life, with a childlike expression that suggests he thinks he's being charming. Charles refuses. He's sorry, but he can't go along with this, won't be part of it. Bennett asks if that's final. Charles nods. Then Bennett offers a deal. What if he gives Charles the $25,000 now? They proceed as planned, and in 2 weeks, Charles gives his answer. If the answer is still no, Bennett leaves. If not, he stays the rest of the time and doubles the final payment. All cash, always cash. Charles doesn't think the money interested him even then. He worried that once Bennett dug in, he'd be hard to dislodge. He was drunk, but not that drunk. He remembers that night and every word spoken. The whiskey might have made him less fearful. The consequences that bothered him earlier, and would bother him again in the morning, suddenly seemed manageable. But that's not why he agreed. He agreed because of knowledge and intimacy. Aniston Bennett knew more about Charles than any other person, and he still wanted to make this deal. Those shocking blue eyes looked right into his and saw him clearly. Not like Bethany, not like Clarence, unlike Uncle Brent, Bennett made no judgments. If he felt superior, it was only because he felt superior to everyone, and in some strange whiskey-soaked way that made Charles an equal in the world, at least as seen through Bennett's eyes. Charles says, "Yes, let's do this." Bennett smiles and retrieves a satchel from the floor next to his cell, pulling out 5 bound stacks of $20 bills, 25,000 as agreed. Then he produces an ugly chunk of black metal with an unclear mechanical purpose. Bennett explains it's an original lock used to chain slaves on old slaving ships over 150 years old, acquired in Mali. Along with it comes a brass key with a cylindrical tip, fitted with teeth and slats for the archaic mechanism. Charles thinks about his own family. As far as he knows, no Blakey was ever a slave. They came over as indentured servants and sailors on Spanish and Portuguese ships. One distant cousin was even rumored to be a slaver himself, selling black bodies from a ship called the Dahomey. Many of his relatives privately insist they're no different from English or Irish immigrants, but Charles knows most black people, even the old families in the neighborhood, understand that racism doesn't ask for a pedigree. He knows many white people dislike him for his dark skin. He's not stupid. Still, he's never felt that tug of identity when slavery comes up. But this lock is vicious. It must weigh 4 pounds. The metal loop securing the bolt is half an inch thick. He can imagine that ugly device holding down 20 men in the cold darkness of the Atlantic. Bennett works the new key into the lock, and the long loop separates from the barrel-like body. He explains it fits the center hinge on the door. Then he crawls into the cage, dragging his red chair. Charles fits the lock through and slams it shut, pulling hard to make sure it holds. The loud crack of the lock snapping shut visibly pales Bennett's face. He grabs the bars with both hands. Charles says he thought Bennett wanted this. Bennett says he does. Charles asks why he looked so scared then. Bennett admits that 30 years ago certain experiences made him nervous about closed spaces and locked doors. Charles asks why he'd lock himself in a basement then. Bennett answers that this is a punishment, not a vacation. Charles brings his prisoner water and a dry ham salad sandwich made from white bread and a can from the shelf. He slides the tin plate and squat glass through the small gap between the cell door's bottom and the floor. At the hatch, he announces lights out. The look in Bennett's eyes is both frightened and resolved. Charles pulls the string on the light bulb. He decides to add a lock to the hatch door in the morning for one night. Bennett can go without that extra security. He barely sleeps. Fidgety and nervous, he breaks into sweats intermittently. Sounds that might be the basement hatch drive him from bed half a dozen times. He looks out the window, once even ventures into the yard, but doesn't lift the cellar door. He won't show Bennett how scared he is. Bennett is locked in a 9-foot cell, and Charles is still afraid of him. The fear actually started when the lock engaged. Bennett seems empowered by his own helplessness, and Charles feels at risk. Lying in bed, he worries about neighborhood kids sneaking into the cellar and finding Bennett, then telling their parents, then the police coming. During one of the few moments he drifts off, he dreams he's in a courtroom. Laney, Mr. Gurgel, and Ira Minder testify that he's a bank robber. They claim it was armed robbery because he carried his pocket knife to work, and somehow the knife transforms into the .22 rifle sitting in a box on a shelf in his father's library. The judge finds him guilty. He's convicted, sentenced, and put into Bennett's cell, but it's much smaller than 9 by 9, more like 3 by 3. He can't stand up, there's barely any light. A wave of profound despair passes through him, and he's standing next to the bed before he fully wakes. He wants to run. He wants to cry. He definitely wants Aniston Bennett out of his life. After that, he roams the house from floor to floor, trying to figure a way out of this. He wants a drink, but his stomach and intestines are churning. He pages through books but can't even make out the words. He ends up in the old fortress of his mother's sewing room when the sunrise hits his great-grandfather's old oaks. Amber, orange, a hint of yellow, and deep blue strips mark the horizon, the colors of Majesty's approach. The promise of morning light arrests him. He imagines those deer he's seen, dewy and shivering in the morning chill. The night is behind them. If the air smells clean and clear of danger, they simply mark another night. Gone, carrying hunger and thirst into the next. He wakes with his head on a bag of quilting pieces his mother kept. The sun is hot on his ear, his own loud breath like a wind tunnel. Outside, granite headstones stand in high weeds like soldiers hunkering before a morning assault. Then his mother speaks to him, telling him he should cut those weeds, as clearly as if she were still alive. It's the first time he's ever imagined hearing her voice. He answers, "Yes, ma'am." He showers, shaves, brushes, irons. Bennett's breakfast, a boiled egg, cornflakes, and apple juice, is ready at 9:23. When he opens the hatch, a scent hits him. Not strong, but living the man in his basement claiming ownership with his spore. Bennett greets him, "Good morning, Charlie." Charles stoops to slide the tray and glass under the cage door and corrects him. The name is Charles Dodd Blakey, and Bennett can call him Mr. Dodd Blakey to keep things civil over the next 2 weeks. It's a voice Charles hasn't used in 14 years, the tone he used on Uncle Brent when Brent lay dying in his bed, smelling up the home with death. Bennett's thin eyebrows rise. He takes the tray and stands, using his toe to push out the previous night's tray. Charles realizes he's expected to take the dirty dishes and wash them like a manservant, a butler doing his master's dirty work. Bennett pauses, then agrees to the form of address and asks if Charles slept well. Charles replies that he'll connect a hose from the sink for Bennett to wash his dishes, only cold water, but it'll have to do. He asks if Bennett wants the light left on. Bennett mentions he didn't get his books the night before and asks for them. Charles asks which one, his curt question catching Bennett off guard. Bennett puts out a hand to touch the metal slats of his cage. Hardness flashes in his eyes, but he asks for the first volume of the Story of Civilization. Charles complies without comment. The book is a tight fit under the cage door, and the cover rips. Bennett suggests Charles could open the door for the others. Charles tells him the only reason that lock comes off is when Bennett gets his ass out of here. Bennett observes that Charles sounds angry. Charles regrets having asked for the formal address. It's a show of respect, but not to him. He's Charles, son of Mr. Blakey. He says he's not angry, just that the whole situation is weird. Bennett asks what he means, sitting back in his chair behind the bars as if he were in his den in Greenwich. Charles says it's Bennett in his cell under lock and key, with Charles playing warden and butler rolled into one. Bennett smiles. Bennett asks if Charles has ever read the Story of Civilization. Charles lies and says a long time ago, but he's not good on a lot of details. Bennett explains that throughout history, men have isolated themselves from the world mountaintops, long meditations, flagellation, abstaining from sex or masturbation. That's mostly what he's doing here. Charles points out that Bennett called himself a criminal paying for his crimes. Bennett smiles and hunches his shoulders in a "you got me there" gesture. Bennett says many ancient belief systems are based on sin. Hindus believe they're answering for crimes from previous lives, Hebrews and Christians for the sins of long-ago ancestors. Charles asks if that's Bennett's position. Bennett admits no, he doesn't have the luxury of a god, but what he has isn't contagious. Charles asks him to explain. Bennett says that in the eyes of the world, he's an upright and innocent man. His time here would be seen as mere eccentricity. Charles can collect his money and serve dry sandwiches and Kool-Aid. No one will blame or indict Charles for the crimes Bennett recognizes as his own. Charles tells him that's just a lot of talk. He thinks what Bennett is doing is crazy, but he took the money, so he'll hold up his side of the bargain. Still, Bennett shouldn't think Charles is going to be part of all this crazy talk. He'll bring meals and whatever else he has to do, but he doesn't like it, and he'll put Bennett out in a minute if anything becomes too much. He leaves before Bennett can respond. Outside the cellar, he starts sweating, his heart pounding, ears ringing. Inside his chest there's laughter, but the mirth can't reach his lips. It comes as a throbbing rumble that might be pleasant if it had an outlet. He stumbles to the house and up to his room, sitting on the old maple bed. He thinks about Brent and all the mean things Brent said to him. He imagines Brent shuffling down the halls, cursing summer's heat and winter's cold. He hated Brent's smell and scratchy voice. He can almost hear that wheezing from those last dying days. With ears ringing, heart pumping, chest throbbing, sweat dripping, he tries to rise above his body, hoping for his spirit to transcend grief. It's grief he feels, deep sadness that no mother or God could calm. He hates Aniston Bennett, hates him. He blames Bennett for everything wrong with him. Bennett's damned money, and smirks. Later, through closed lids, everything looks orange. His skin is dry and cool. He wonders how long a boiled egg and cornflakes could keep someone alive. He opens his eyes. The light and air tell him it's afternoon. He's been dreaming about the prisoner's luncheon. Bennett's life is like an invisible pulsing beacon, a second heart, a child demanding attention. Bennett is living in his dreams as well as his cellar. Charles already despises him, and he hasn't even been here a whole day. He prepares baked beans from the can, boiled potatoes, and cranberry juice for the late lunch. When he goes down, Bennett is already halfway through the 1,000-page volume, wearing red-rimmed glasses, sitting in the red plastic chair. The breakfast tray is already pushed out. Charles shoves the lunch tray into the cell. Bennett asks the time. Charles says 4 and turns to leave. Bennett asks if it's not so bad. Charles turns back and says with false bravado that it's not bad for him at all. He's not the one locked in a cold basement on a summer day, not the one kept away from family and friends. Bennett agrees that Charles isn't the one locked up, then adds a belief any society forced to punish its citizens is, to some degree, unhealthy. Charles calls that crazy. What country doesn't have laws? Bennett clarifies it's a question of degree, not law. A man who recognizes his crime and accepts punishment is a member in good standing. But the criminal who runs and hides, unrepentant despite knowing what he's done, that's a symptom of a much greater disease. Charles tells him none of that has anything to do with Bennett being here. Bennett is just renting a room and locking the door, but Bennett, looking somewhere over Charles's head, says instead that he's here answering for crimes against humanity because he's guilty, not because he was caught. In doing so, he's making the world a better place, setting an example down here. Charles asks how that's possible when no one even knows where he is. Bennett replies that there's more to the world than simple arithmetic. Charles barely hears him over his own pounding heart. He worries that maybe Bennett isn't crazy, isn't even a common crook. Even though he doesn't understand what Bennett is saying, he fears that maybe Bennett is right, that Bennett is living out some moral dilemma, and Charles is caught in the center of it without knowing. Outside, Charles is sweating again. He doesn't want to go inside his house, so he gets in the car and drives into town. He goes to Harbor Savings with the money Narcissus sent. The teller examines the check for a full minute. Before cashing it, everyone in the harbor must know about his past thefts. From the bank, he goes to Nelson's Hardware, buying 3 combination padlocks and heavy hinges. Across the street, Ricky sits on a public bench drinking orange juice from a carton. Charles pretends not to notice him. Ricky calls out. Charles looks up, feigning surprise, and crosses over. He asks if Ricky isn't working for Wilson Ryder. Ricky says he took the day off. Clarence said he saw Charles at the train station in the middle of the night. Charles lies smoothly. He met a girl who said she'd come out to see him. claimed she'd be on that train, but she wasn't. Ricky asks who she is. Charles pulls the name Abby Peters from nowhere. Ricky asks if she's white. Charles says nothing, thinking that if Ricky wants to wonder about something, best to have him wondering about a non-existent girl. Ricky says Clarence thought Charles looked upset, actually said crazy, that Charles had a crazy look in his eye. Ricky cocks his head, searching for insanity. Charles asks how Ricky is. Ricky makes a pained face. Bethany dropped him, almost 2 months ago, but he still misses her. The honest hurt in his voice and eyes tells Charles that Ricky has no suspicions about who Bethany is with now. Ricky says it hurts way how that girl could get something cooking in him. He was thinking about starting some kind of serious business, making a life for himself, for them. Charles tells him that a person either always has life or doesn't have it, nothing else. It sounds right when he says it, though later it will feel meaningless. Ricky asks if Charles is crazy. Charles laughs and says he's just tired of every day. Ricky asks what he means. Charles says he wants something else, something different. Ricky suggests a vacation. Charles says maybe a journey, the words coming from his lips without him thinking about them. Ricky asks the difference. Charles says a vacation ends after 2 weeks, a journey might mean never coming back. That evening, Charles takes 3 suits from the hall closet, brown, deep green, and a blue so dark he'd bought it thinking it was black. He hasn't worn a suit since the bank. They're all cleaned and pressed. His father had repaneled the closets with cedar before getting sick, so no moths have gotten to them. He rummages for dress shirts and ties. They were his father's, but they're the same size. The suits fit 2 more character than his straight-cuffed wear. His father's pants are roomier in the thighs, the socks are argyle. The jackets are loose but stylish, because his father had bigger shoulders. There are a dozen suits in his mother's closet covering the rainbow. Charles has always wondered why his father had so many suits. He was a butcher in Southampton his whole life, until he died. Charles guesses he just liked them. He brings Bennett a Big Mac and fries around 9. Bennett wants to talk, but Charles doesn't bite, just shoves the food in and carries the dirty dishes back to the house. The next day, after feeding the prisoner, Charles puts on his father's white gabardine, a dark blue dress shirt, and a cream-colored tie. Tennis shoes are all he has to complete the outfit, but they look good in the full-length mirror. He notices something different about himself, not sure what. Maybe the hipster clothes, but maybe something else. Leaving that mystery, he drives to see Narcissus Gully. She isn't expecting him. Her shop door is locked. After a long while, she appears and peers through the linen curtains. Seeing him, she's startled, whether by the suit or the surprise appearance, he doesn't know. She opens the door and asks what he's doing here. He says he thought he'd check up on his business. The words don't sound like him, the voice queer. He doesn't know why he's come to Bridgehampton, to this little converted cottage that Narcissus uses as shop and home. You have to step down to enter. The front room is large, quilts everywhere hanging from walls, spread on chairs, folded in stacks. The designs are mostly crude, the cloth old, stained, often yellowing. White dominates, making the room nearly glisten. Narcissus wears a black skirt to mid-calf, clinging to her slender figure, standing out against all that white. Her skin, with its subtle variations, seems like a black and brown flame stylized in a painting. She says she was working out back, an excuse, or maybe a reason to be left alone. Charles asks if the shop isn't her work. She says it is. In a way, she's also writing a book about northeastern Negro quilts, hoping it will be both historical document and craft and collecting resource. Harvard University Press wants to publish it. She rubs her long fingers against her face and looks at the floor. Charles says that sounds nice and asks how long she's been working on it. Years, she says, smiling an apology. He repeats his mother saying good work needs time. She smiles again, and he silently blesses his mom. He asks how it's going with his things. She says great. She sent out all inquiries, and people are starting to respond. A few serious collectors of African American art were interested in the masks, but she told them the masks are in his permanent collection. She looks at him, with something like pride. He asks how much they'll get in the end. She doesn't know, maybe $80,000. In his own clothes, speaking his own words, he'd have yipped and shouted. Instead, he sticks his lips out and nods, saying, "That sounds good, sounds like what he expected." Narcissus is happy to be appreciated. He's happy that she's happy. She says she's been reading about his masks. They're really interesting. They were used for tribal identification, but also to remind their owner of home and family, their people. Charles is listening closely enough to repeat her words, but he isn't concerned. He's thinking about her skin and fingers and figures so slight, it seems easily broken. He says he's busy for the next couple of weeks, but maybe after that they could have that dinner they keep missing. Narcissus' mind is in Africa and history and identity, but she doesn't seem upset to switch to dating. She says that would be nice. She's tried to call him a few times, but there's never been any answer. He says he's been away some lately. She asks where. He says down to the city. He's been considering working in Manhattan for some time. He's been here his whole life. He thinks it's time for a change. She says the city is so crowded, so overwhelming. He laughs in a knowing way sometimes. He's crowded and overwhelmed, just living in his own head. Who is talking? Not him, at least he doesn't think so. Whoever it is, Narcissus seems to like him. She smiles and pinches his baby finger between her forefinger and thumb. He leaves there and makes a beeline to Bethany's apartment. She answers the door, and they fall into each other's arms without wasting a single word. When their passions are satisfied, she lies against his chest and starts crying. Charles asks what's wrong. Bethany sobs that she waits for this every day. She loves him, but he doesn't care. He tells her there's a lot going on, things he can't talk about yet. She asks if he has a girlfriend. No, he says it's inside his head. She asks if he'll stay tonight. He says he has to go. She asks if he's going to her. To who? He says he's not going to anybody. She asks why he has to leave if he's not going to anyone. Doesn't he like being with her? He says he can't explain it, then stands from the bed, still half erect. Bethany strokes him lightly underneath, and he jumps at her touch, but he puts on his pants anyway, careful with the zipper. She tells him if he goes now he can't come back. He doesn't answer. He doesn't really care. She doesn't follow him from the bedroom. Her roommate, Robin Talise, sits in the living room chair. Charles wonders if the chubby white girl listened to them hollering earlier. From the way she stares at his crotch, he's pretty sure she did. When Charles returns to the cellar around 10 that night, Aniston Bennett shouts, demanding to know where he's been. Charles says he had car trouble, a flat tire outside Bridgehampton. He hands over a Kentucky Fried Chicken 4-piece meal with biscuit, corn on the cob, coleslaw, and root beer. The large paper cup won't fit under the bars, so he creases it and pours the soda into a squat glass from lunch. Bennett says in an angry but soft tone that Charles can't leave him down here all day without a meal. Charles asks if Bennett wants out. He can leave any time. Bennett has no answer. Charles asks if he wants the light to eat by. Bennett says please. Charles leaves without sweating for the first time. He sleeps the whole night through. The next 10 days pass as one. Every day is the same. Charles delivers Bennett's meals at regular intervals, pumps out his toilet twice, gives him books. He never speaks except to answer specific questions, and Bennett is mostly quiet. Sometimes Charles comes in after Bennett has used the toilet. The smell is bad, and he leaves as soon as he can. The air is dead down there, so he opens the hatch twice a day to freshen the place with an electric fan. Charles dresses in his father's clothes and goes to Curry's, an East Hampton bar where tourists and summer residents mingle and get drunk. He meets people, jokes around, drinks beers, not too much, just enough for a buzz. Some nice white girls there like him, but he always goes home alone. He receives 2 letters. One is from Bethany, apologizing for how angry she got at their last meeting. She understands he's under stress, and that they don't have the kind of relationship where she can make demands. She hopes he'll understand how strongly she feels and that he'll call soon. The other is a postcard from Narcissus, saying she's looking forward to their dinner and asking when he'll answer his phone. Charles keeps both letters on the windowsill next to his bed, beside the passport masks standing there. Many nights he imagined some Senegalese or Congolese sailor on a Portuguese ship, carrying his mask to a new land, a black man infinitely darker than him, with bright whites in his eyes, making his way to a world his people never imagined. When the sailor saw America, he jumped ship. White people feared him as the devil, so he probably took a Shinnecock bride, came out to about where Charles is now, and built a life most people never suspected. Between his make-believe ancestors and the women who love his shadow, Charles is happy, drinking and masturbating and feeding his prisoner 3 times a day, wearing his father's clothes, sometimes even using his father's name and pretending he's a summering lawyer or stockbroker. Life means nothing, but he's having a good time. Then, 2 days before Aniston Bennett agreed to leave, Charles goes down to serve dinner. Bennett asks mildly if Charles will let him have a whiskey. Charles says, sure, he's feeling flush and generous. He goes to the house and returns with a bottle and a glass. Bennett says he doesn't want to drink alone. Charles should use the clean glass Bennett has won from lunch. Charles pours for both and sits on the large trunk used to deliver books. Bennett remarks how odd it is being locked up down here, great for reading, since there's no phone or messages or radio. He doesn't even know what's happened in the world for almost 2 weeks, but he knows about the Renaissance, as if it happened this morning. He's the same man who came to Charles's door 2 months ago, friendly and humble in his gestures. He doesn't fool Charles this time, but Charles is fascinated by the show. Charles asks, doesn't anybody miss Bennett? Doesn't he have a mother or wife or good friend to play golf with on Saturdays? Isn't somebody asking where he is? Bennett's demeanor changes instantly. He asks if anybody wonders about Charles. Charles's heart gallops as he gropes for an answer, but he needn't have worried. Bennett continues everyone. Disappears sometimes to the toilet or sleep, to work or down the street for bread. It might take 5 minutes or 10 or overnight. Sometimes you forget to call or have to stay an extra day. Sometimes you fall in love with someone else or have an accident. One day, you die. He toasts Charles with his glass. Charles joins him, then pours a second round. Bennett says one day you just don't come back. People worry at first. They call police and hospitals, hire detectives, lose sleep. Some people are so close to their loved ones they die without them. But most adapt. They recognize thirst, go to the toilet and close the door for privacy. Eat. New lovers and friends take the place of those missed. People die every day they live in the valley of death. That's their heredity. Charles counters that Bennett isn't dead. He's alive, and locked in a cage in a stranger's basement. Not in love, not lost, not a victim of some car crash or mugging. He's in a hole in the ground reading books and farting out cornflakes. Bennett laughs. Charles pours 2 more drinks and relaxes. In the back of his mind he worries about letting his defenses down against this crazy white man, but then he thinks Bennett is locked up. What can he do? Bennett says he could be dead just like a man who goes to prison. He's gone from the lives of his peers. Anathema and death are the same thing. Most people don't want to go to prison or even know about it. They don't want to go to the toilet with you or witness your fear. No one wants to watch you starve or bleed or suffer mortally. People can't help seeing themselves in one another, and what they want to see is beauty in life. Charles tells Bennett he doesn't sound like a businessman. He sounds like a philosophy teacher. Bennett says he doesn't teach, but he's not what most would call a businessman either. He's a specialist. In reclamations, Charles says. Yes, Bennett smiles, but the word has a different meaning than one might think. Charles asks what he means. Suppose, Bennett says, you knew there were diamonds in the ground somewhere in Montana, fabulous wealth, but worthless, unless retrieved, as worthless as dirt. Charles says get a mining company and dig. But you're not sure exactly where they're located, Bennett says. You have the knowledge to look, but you don't know who owns the land, maybe government, maybe an Indian reservation, maybe some old communist. Charles says that's why corporations exist, to go into business with someone and take your share. But you don't know who to go into business with, Bennett says, and if you let the word out, people will start looking on their own. If they have your knowledge, they don't need you. It makes sense. Charles nods. The whiskey tastes rich. He smacks his lips. Bennett says the diamonds only exist for the man who imagined them, only for the man who knows and can realize their extraction. That's where he comes in. Through various means he locates the wealth and acquires the property containing it. He's paid handsomely for each step, then receives a stipend based on the value of his reclamation. Charles argues, that's not really reclamation. It belonged to someone else, and Bennett took it. That's more like stealing. Bennett shakes his head. Knowledge is the only true prerequisite for ownership. If you don't know something, you can't work with it. There are only two important things in ownership: knowledge and the ability to exert control over the wealth. Seize the day, that's what he does. Charles asks in a doubting tone if Bennett works in Montana. Bennett smiles at the insight. Charles feels proud of his attention and embarrassed by that pride. Bennett says America has been picked clean. There's no wealth here in its natural state, no meat on the bone. He's played with the idea of real estate and graveyards, one natural resource that could give up a few bucks. Charles pours the glasses full. He drinks and experiences a certain tipsy joy, but it's not just the liquor. He believes he's in the presence of a kind of mastermind, a Moriarty or Iago, a man who has crossed the line of lies that define good and evil for most normal folks. Everyone says at some point that politicians are crooks, or the rich are the best thieves, but no one really knows how they cheat and steal. It always comes as a surprise when some politician has taken money. It's hard sometimes to see when a crime has been committed, even when it's proven and documented. But Mr. Bennett can explain the arcane practices of the rich and powerful, and he's willing. Charles prompts him, so he spends his time making up schemes, figuring out where to reclaim something nobody has found yet. Bennett explains that most resources are already known: uranium in some third-world countries, natural deposits, cheap labor. The usual question is extraction cost, how much to put in versus what comes out. He doesn't need to find lost treasure. Companies come to him as a consultant when they want in on the ground floor, or, more often, when they want to keep a good thing. He clasps his hands under his chin as if to pray. He says, it's a complex world. The elements of power, greed, public opinion, applied wealth, hunger, natural distrust between groups. The quirks of politics and current events must be handled so that you and your tribe end up on top. Sometimes it's simple: $1 million in a military bag or toward both sides in a political campaign can yield hundreds of millions. You never worry about commitment to a side or ideology. Your ideology is always the same. He looks up at Charles in wonder, remarking how an 18-year-old girl can get a senator or prince to the conference table. Charles asks if Bennett kills people too. 4 shots of whiskey and he knows no fear. Bennett's look is both stern and startled. His left eye quivers, his shoulders hunch slightly. He says life has little to do with progress. More often than not, men make decisions that lead to their own deaths. They delegate, hate, stay when all signs say go. Mostly they're unwilling to make a deal, and they're almost all forgotten. No better remembered than a cockroach that succumbs to poison set under the pantry 6 months before. He asks if Charles killed the Kurds in Iraq, if Roosevelt was guilty of gassing the Jews because he refused to bomb the camps or the rails leading to them. What about God at the River Jordan using Moses as his word? It's a good enough answer for Charles. Even leaning toward drunk, he doesn't want the details. He says he guesses everyone has some blood on their hands. If America does something, then the people do it too. That's why they're called Americans. It's a lame attempt to end what his question started. He believes every word Bennett said and doesn't want to hear more. Bennett smiles, understanding Charles's discomfort, and asks for detergent. He'd like to wash his uniforms, which are starting to smell. Charles goes to the house and brings back a cupful of soap flakes and a flat white aluminum bowl that slides neatly under the locked cage door. Bennett thanks him. Charles leaves quickly. The moon is out that night. Charles watches it well. He doesn't watch so much as look, because his mind is not on the moon but back in the basement, hearing things like ancient secrets revealed coincidentally in his presence. Up in his room he studies the passport masks on the windowsill, standing on their chins with heads propped against the glass. One mouth forms an O, making it seem like it's singing. The other two are tight-lipped, maybe humming the music for their brother's song. Maybe they were black slavers, he thinks, and maybe Aniston Bennett's ancestor owned the ship they navigated. He realizes he isn't afraid or upset for the first time in many years. Even after plenty to drink, he's not tired or even tipsy anymore. The talk with Bennett exhilarated him. He doesn't even remember exactly what Bennett said, he just knows it was important, that he's been privy to a way of thinking not taught in schools or at the dinner table. In some crazy way, it's what he likes about the wild, no moral laws or rules governing wolves and bears, only the instinct of survival. What Bennett said about the world is the same, only with the added ingredient of sly thought. Looking out his window, Charles wants to howl at the moon. The night moves along, but he doesn't tire. Snatches of phrases keep returning knowledge and ownership, 100 times return on investment. But most of all, he's taken by Bennett's confidence and certainty. Bennett knows how the world works, not like Clarence or the construction boss Wilson Ryder, who just repeat what they read in books or what they want to believe. Charles believes Bennett knows the truth under newspaper stories and political hypocrisy. Bennett made him question what is when for a whole lifetime up till that moment, Charles accepted the world's excuses. Wandering the house and thinking about his prisoner, he's still awake at 2 a.m, not just awake but excited. All his fears about being tricked and sent to prison, all his worry about how odd Bennett is, dissipate with the thrill of a new way of seeing the world. He tries to lie down, but sleep won't come. Finally, he decides to call Narcissus, not her actually, but the answering machine at her store. He wants to go out with her, discuss passport masks and notions of power. She answers on the first ring. He says he's sorry. He thought she wouldn't hear the shop phone, he was going to leave a message. She says it's okay in a voice more sultry than usual. She doesn't sleep much. The doctor says it's her metabolism. She takes naps during the day and works most nights on her book, on anything reading, quilting, watching bad TV. Charles says he sleeps most nights through, but tonight he was just up. She asks what's wrong. Nothing, he says. She asks why he called then. He wasn't prepared to set up a date with a real person, not with Narcissus at any rate. Instead, he asks if she ever studied evil in college, what people in the past thought made a man evil, bad. She says no, and adds with wonder that now that he mentions it, it seems it should have been at least a seminar if not a whole branch of study. Charles says that's the thing, evil is everywhere in history books, fiction, movies, TV. They just fought a war against a supposedly evil man, but ask what evil is, and everyone has a different answer. Narcissus says they probably cover it in divinity school, but that would be religious, and he's really asking about something else, the idea of evil. She asks why he's asking. Because I have the devil living in my basement, that's what comes to his mind. Instead, he says he doesn't know, he was just sitting up thinking about it, and thought of her in archaeology, thought maybe she would know. He went to college for 3 years and never heard anything about it. She asks what college. Long Island City College, he says political science mainly. She asks why he stopped going. He doesn't know, really his grades weren't so good and he couldn't remember anything. The last semester of his sophomore year, he was going to fail a course in ancient political thought. Some of those guys talked about evil, but that was a long time ago. You'd think there'd be a modern study of it. She asks if he's planning to go back. No, he says. She asks why not. He says it doesn't mean anything to him. If he went back for a year and a half, he'd have a bachelor's degree. Then what? They don't have political scientists in want ads. She says they have jobs for college graduates. He stops himself before saying more. He realizes he's about to start talking like he always does, making fun of school and jobs and careers. That's what he always does when someone tries to give him advice. He says he has other plans. School didn't do it for him, so now he has to find another way. He asks what way. Reclamations, he says. A form of international finance. He's been studying with a guy named Dent, who's been tutoring him. That's one of the reasons he goes down to New York. He meets with Mr. Dent every week or so. Narcissus asks if this Dent is a teacher. Charles hears belief in her voice, but what shocks him is that the lie, as it leaves his mouth, becomes truth. The most important part is true. He is Bennett's student. That's why he's wandering the house, because he's learning. He answers yes, then clarifies that it's not like school. They happened into each other at Curry's bar a while back. Dent explained that he works for multinational corporations, helping them acquire wealth worldwide. Charles was interested, and Dent said not many people show real interest in what he does. He agreed to teach Charles, to tell him what he knows. Narcissus says it doesn't sound good. It sounds like what American businesses do when they exploit labor or steal in other countries. She mentions Nigeria, one of the richest African countries, yet most people live in poverty because of the oil companies. Charles answers earnestly that standing on the outside quoting Engels and Marx won't help. Saying it's not fair won't do anything either. What he wants is to find out, to get in there and see for himself, because they aren't going to stop just because someone whispers against them at night on the phone. He puts gas in his tank, doesn't he? That's what voting is to big business, not a secret ballot, but a purchase. Buying from someone is a vote of confidence. He's making it up as he goes, but it sounds right, sounds true. Snatches of classroom dialogues and dime novels, even things his Uncle Brent said, come together in a lie fast becoming his life. Narcissus argues that being true doesn't make something right. Some things are wrong. Just because you know how to get slave labor doesn't make it okay. Charles says he knows, more as a musical beat than conviction, but adds that if her hands are clean and people are still dying, how can she say she did better than him? After a short pause, she says she doesn't know, but she doesn't want to talk about it anymore. She has to go. Charles apologizes if he bothered her. She says he didn't. They say goodbye. At one time, that kind of ending would have driven him near despair. So few women ever showed interest that he never wanted to let go. But that morning, he isn't worried about anything. He's discovered his calling, or at least found a door. It's like a fairy tale his mother used to read, The Brownie's Gift. A child searches the woods for his lost cat and finds an iron door in a tree with a tiny slit, through which he sees a small elfin creature locked up and sad as the child. They make an alliance. Charles doesn't remember the particulars, but the brownie was freed and the cat found. He spent years after that searching his ancestral woods for a door in a tree or the ground, believing somewhere a beneficent genie waited to be freed in exchange for happiness. He found that door after 30 years of searching the hatch to his own basement. The brownie is a white man who wants to be caged. No matter the differences, the main story is the same. He goes to bed thinking he'll never fall asleep, but after only a moment he's unconscious beneath the heads of his ancestors. In the morning, the naked man greets him. The prisoner stands in the middle of his cell. His pajamas hang neatly from the back of the cage. The concrete around the cell is dark from water he must have thrown there. He washed both pairs last night. He wasn't at all tired. Aniston Bennett has a huge, uncircumcised penis, the biggest Charles has ever seen on a human male, hanging down flaccid and heavy between his thighs. Bennett says he was thinking about their talk. He doesn't usually think too much to get done, but Charles had him thinking last night. He starts to answer Charles's question about killing. Charles interrupts. He has to go. He puts down the fried eggs and heated potato patties and pushes them under the door. He's rattled by Bennett's ease at being naked. Bennett isn't powerfully built, small except for that large penis. A cascading series of cross-hatched scars runs down his right shoulder, painful to see. His feet are tiny. Something about standing there conversing with a naked man is too much. Charles says he'll be back this afternoon. They could talk then. Bennett asks where he's going. To see his friend. They said they'd get together today. Bennett wants to keep talking, but Charles has to leave. He rushes up the stairs, slams the hatch, throws the newly attached bolts, secures them with padlocks, and goes straight to his car. He never figures out exactly what drove him from the cellar that morning. He's always thought he has a normal-sized penis, never measured, but it feels average. The women he's known were never surprised one way or the other when his erection was exposed. Even when they whispered sweet compliments, it had to do with how hard it got, rather than how deep it went. Some men are better endowed. Bethany told him that fact kept her attached to Clarence for so long. There are stories about Clarence's sexual prowess, but Charles saw him in the boys' gym, and he didn't hold a candle to Aniston Bennett. He'd never felt embarrassed or inferior before that morning, and it wasn't just Bennett's anatomy, but also his ease at being naked. As a child, Charles learned to be ashamed of exposing his genitals or buttocks. Some dresses women wear today make him avert his eyes. He's halfway to Clarence's house before realizing he didn't lie to Bennett. It's Tuesday. Clarence always takes Tuesdays off and works the lighter Sunday shift. He arrives a little after 10. Clarence's oldest daughter, Athalia, 16, a big girl, a magnet for boys, sits on the front porch. She shouts that Daddy's having breakfast. Even that small information is delivered engagingly across the lawn. Athalia is a daddy's girl, loves to see men happy. Charles has often thought Clarence must have sold his soul at some East Hampton crossroads to be blessed in so many ways. He asks how summer school is. She says they suspended her because she had a dirty magazine. Charles asks if she's in trouble. No, Mama's mad, but Daddy just laughed. She's wearing loose shorts and a pink blouse that doesn't reach her navel. She catches his eye. And Charles thinks about Aniston Bennett, how he was as unashamed as a child. He asks when she can go back. Friday, she doesn't see why she can't just have the whole week off. Nothing keeps Athalia down for long. She grins and opens the door. Charles goes through the small ranch-style house toward the back. No one in the dining room. Through the window he sees big Clarence sitting at his cast-iron patio table, wearing shorts like his daughter, a strap undershirt, and red thongs. The iron table and chair are painted lime green. Behind him, a child's rubber pool sits in the middle of the back lawn. Clarence's house is a small affair built in the mid-50s. His family has lived in the harbor for at least 100 years, but they came from slaves down in Georgia. He still has cousins in Atlanta. Clarence sees Charles through the window and waves a turkey drumstick. Once outside, Charles hails him. Clarence uses the drumstick to point out an iron chair, which Charles drags to the table. Clarence offers food. Charles declines. Clarence says Charles looks like he could use something. He's losing weight. That's what was different about his image in the mirror. Charles asks how Clarence is. Clarence can't complain. Athalia had a Playgirl magazine at school and got kicked out. Can Charles imagine? Lawyers held up the president's penis on TV every night, and they want to suspend a girl for buying a magazine off the rack. Charles apologizes for being rude at the train station. Clarence's eyebrows rise. It might be the first apology Charles ever gave without being forced. Clarence says it's okay, and asks if Charles is okay. Charles says he's been thinking. Clarence asks about what. Charles doesn't know. He's wondering why he's out here doing what he does. There's nothing to it. Clarence asks what he means. Charles says, it's like he's been asleep his whole life, and even now it feels like he's still asleep, or almost out. He wakes for a minute, then 3 days go by and he wakes again. Clarence asks if he means he's been up in bed all this time. No, Charles says not sleeping, sleepwalking. He wakes up, and he's in a store buying pot roast, or somebody's talking to him. He's in the middle of a conversation and doesn't even know what the person just said, doesn't know what they're talking about, or how he even got there. Clarence stops eating, concerned, and asks if Charles blacks out. Charles says no. If he thinks about it, he remembers, but it's hard to concentrate. Nothing is important enough to think about. What he's saying to Clarence has always been true for him, his whole life. Not a single day went by that he wasn't lost in daydreams, teachers talking, his parents telling him right from wrong. The reason he doesn't watch TV is because he can't sit still for a movie or sitcom. Halfway through a war film, he still isn't sure which side is which. He can read fun books, follow an animal through the woods for hours, watch a blaze in the fireplace all night, but anyone telling him anything is just a waste of good breath. Clarence suggests maybe Charles is drinking too much. Charles says maybe. Clarence asks if he wants a job driving a taxi. He could hook him up. Charles looks at Clarence, feeling like he's just come awake again. Clarence's kindness feels like the gentle nudge his mother used to give him when he was too tired to get up the first time she called. Charles says he has money. Clarence asks how he got that. Charles explains that Kat introduced him to Narcissus Gully, who has an antique business specializing in quilts. She's helping him sell the stuff from his cellar. It's a lot of money, enough for the mortgage in a couple of years or so. Clarence doesn't have much money. He works hard at the taxi business. His wife Mona is a nurse at Southampton Hospital. Their families have nothing to give them. They spend everything on their kids. Seeing concern still on Clarence's face for his dilemma, Charles understands that Clarence is a real friend. They've known each other for 33 years, Charles's whole life, and that's the first moment he knows Clarence really cares for him. Charles says he has to go. Clarence says he just got here. Stay a while. Maybe they could pick up Kat after work and go to some bars. Charles says no, but thank you. He apologizes if he ever made Clarence mad. He was just jealous. He stands from the iron chair and walks out past the teenager on the front porch. She's thumbing through the naked photographs in the Playgirl magazine that got her suspended. He says goodbye. She tells him to come back. Bennett is dressed when Charles returns, seated in the red chair, not reading or doing anything else. Bennett greets him as Mr. Dodd Blakey. Charles replies, "Mr. Bennett." It's an acknowledgement, the beginning of an understanding. Charles pulls the trunk up to the cell and sits. He asks what Bennett wants: to serve out his time, to pay his debt. Charles asks, pay who? Bennett says every minute he's in here costs him something. He asks if he may call Charles. Charles agrees, it's his name. Bennett explains that his business relations are delicate. His attention is sometimes needed within moments of certain events. When his phone rings, he's supposed to answer. If he fails to respond, there are consequences. Money might be lost. A political player could be discredited. Someone might die. Later, he'll be held responsible. Charles asks, by the law. Bennett says by the rules, which don't need a judge's interpretation. There's no defense. When you're absent, you're dealt out, and then no one recognizes you but your enemies. Charles asks why. If all that will happen, Bennett still wants to stay here. Bennett says no, his impossible eyes looking straight into Charles's. Charles asks why then. Bennett asks if Charles has ever been in love. Charles stalls. He'd like to say, of course, everybody's been in love, but it isn't true, and he doesn't want to lie to his new mentor. He's never been in love, never even for a moment. He's adored, idolized, lusted after, cared for many women, dated, kissed, had sex with, waited for, stood by, wanted, but he's never been like those deer moving together through the woods, keeping each other company as a matter of course. He's never been attached by sense of smell and warmth and security. He once read in a novel that love and gravity are the same thing. Natural attraction in nature is also the passion of man. He thought then that he was like a weightless astronaut locked in a protective shell and floating in emptiness. Bennett addresses Charles's silence. He's never been in love either. He's always done what he wanted, or what he believed he needed, but he's never been brought to an action because of his heart. It's almost ludicrous, hearing the reclamations expert talk about the heart, but Charles is moved anyway. The contradiction rattles around in his head. He asks what that has to do with Bennett sitting down here locked in a cage. Bennett says that's why he asked if Charles had ever been in love, because love isn't a short skirt and shapely legs, not a clap of thunder or a chance meeting with a prostitute in a library in Paris. Charles feels dizzy and precarious on his trunk, and asks how Bennett would know what love isn't if he's never been there himself. Bennett says he's never felt love, but he's studied it. In his line of work, one pays attention to every human emotion the way doctors examine patients. The desperation from hunger is a powerful force that turns the victim in on himself, the desire to devour the source of the pain. The pang of nationalism can make a man as blind and dense as a stone. He'll cut off his own arm, kill his children, for a flag and a 10-cent song. Charles asks about love. Bennett says love, as the poet says, is like the spring. It grows on you and seduces you slowly and gently, but holds tight like the roots of a tree. You don't know until you're ready to go that you can't move, that you'd have to mutilate yourself to be free. That's the feeling. It doesn't last, at least it doesn't have to, but it holds on like a steel claw in your chest. Even if the tree dies, the roots cling to you. He's seeing men and women give up everything for love that once was. Charles asks if Bennett loves somebody, if that brought him here. Bennett says no, he doesn't have that affliction. He's here alone. There's no one waiting or gone. Charles asks why he's talking about love then. Bennett says because that's the closest thing to what forced him into this cage. Everything else is immediate and measurable fear, desperation, greed. He's 56 years old. His first job was as an accountant in Saigon at 21. From there, on a forged Swiss passport, he got the same work for higher pay in Hanoi. His employers worried he was a spy. To test his loyalty, they brought him to a holding cell with an American sergeant held captive. They told him to kill the man, said he'd been sentenced to death anyway, and this was Charles's first duty. He shot him. He didn't hesitate or flinch, didn't enjoy it or feel remorse. He just shot him. Charles asks if he killed him. Bennett says he scared the shit out of the officer who brought him down there. The officer expected him to balk, but he took the pistol and shot the man in the head. He saw the lay of the board immediately. The man had been tortured, skinny and bloody and miserable. They would have killed him anyway. Charles asks if it was a black man, wondering at the words even as he speaks them. Bennett says he doesn't know. Charles asks how he cannot know. Charles studied the man through the cell's diamond-shaped mesh. Bennett claimed he'd once shot someone in a dark cell, a figure so filthy Charles couldn't tell if the skin was tanned or something else. Bennett hadn't wondered either. He just fired and walked away. 7 years of border hopping between communist and Western territories followed, Bennett explained, and that was where he'd built his fortune. $2 million by the time he came home, plus connections, millionaires, intelligence agencies, political leaders, even a code name. They called him Sergeant Bilko on account of the bald head, and a talent for procuring nearly anything. Charles asked if the Americans were after him, a traitor after all. Bennett brushed it off. They didn't care about that. They'd dealt with him too. He'd extracted 3 prisoners for a fee. Asian communists, he added, were far more practical than the European kind. Charles pressed again. Bennett still hadn't explained why he wanted to be here. Bennett admitted he didn't want to be here. He had to be. Because of the shooting? Part of it, Bennett said. A small part. He'd done too many things. Sometimes the problem was what he hadn't done, and now it was too late, like love, grown up all around him, impossible to escape. Charles saw another crack in Bennett's composure. The man went distant, hazy, not tearful, but exposed. Charles asked if Bennett thought being down in the cell would somehow make up for it. Bennett said no. Through the diamond pattern, he took on a martyr's quality, like a death row inmate interviewed before execution. Charles could see all the evil caused, yet still feel that killing the man would strangely rob his victims of their last hope. But Bennett wasn't going to die. He was on vacation, the Hamptons for the summer, a thief and murderer taking time off. The realization tightened something in Charles's chest. He began to resent Bennett's arrogance, the nerve of pretending self-punishment could answer for real crimes. Charles demanded to know why here, why his house. Bennett explained. There were plenty of reclamations in Africa, diamonds and oil, slave labor for sneakers and fancy lamps, armies willing to strip to the waist and fight hand-to-hand with bayonets and clubs, tribal factions, colonizers, the streets paved with gold. Charles shot back that his house wasn't in Africa. Bennett acknowledged that. But Charles was a black man, he said, from over there. Bennett needed a black face to look in on him. No white man had the right. Charles proposed a scenario. Suppose he was crazy. Suppose he hated white people and decided to torture and kill Bennett right here. Bennett just shrugged. Killing was hard work, he said. Children had the stamina for that kind of labor, but most mature men didn't, not unless there was something to gain, or unless they were in love. Charles reminded him he was supposed to leave in 2 days. Unless Charles changed his mind. Charles asked if this was some kind of trick, a game. Bennett insisted it wasn't just a punishment, a repentance. Charles told him he didn't look like he was suffering. Bennett said Charles wouldn't know, but living locked up with no exit, no control over food, most of the time Charles wouldn't even speak to him. The world kept moving while Bennett slept. No one knew where he was. Getting out, when it came, would be hard. A flash of intuition hit Charles. He asked if someone was after Bennett right now. Bennett was struck by the question and smiled, caught out. He joked that no one was looking for him any more than they were looking for diamonds in Montana. He laughed. Charles laughed too. So Bennett was a reclamation? Charles asked. Instead of answering, Bennett asked if he could have the Alexandria Quartet. Charles refused. Tonight it was lights out and no book. Tonight the sentence started for real. Then they'd see how much Bennett truly wanted to be here. A brief spasm twisted Bennett's face. Half a moment, hardly long enough to be sure, but Charles believed his sudden assertiveness had frightened the smug assassin. Charles knew Bennett was afraid of the locked door and the dark. That night Charles dreamed of malevolent agents prowling his porch. He woke at 3 a.m., unsure if he'd really heard something. Just outside the front door, an envelope. A voice announced she'd been there about 5 minutes ago. Charles yelped, jumped like a frightened 8-year-old. Irene Littleneck stood at the foot of the stairs, grinning at his little girl's shriek. She'd come over to see if the woman did something, she explained, but it was just a letter, so she was heading back. Then Charles came blundering down. A woman? Charles asked. The same one who'd moved all that stuff out of his house with that Puerto Rican boy, Irene said. Charles asked if she'd been sitting outside. It felt unexpectedly good to exchange words with a neighbor, even at 3 in the morning, even while running a private prison in his home. Irene said she was having a cigarette. Chastity was too sick for smoking indoors. Doctor said her lungs were too weak. Charles remembered Irene had always been old. When he was 5, she was in her 50s. She and her sister Chastity used to visit his mother and Brent. Charles suspected Irene had been sweet on his sour uncle. He asked how Chastity was. Not so good, Irene said. Almost a year in that bed. Irene made her walk around the room twice a day, but it got harder and harder to get her up. The sadness in Irene's voice was pitiful. She and Chastity had lived together their whole lives. Yet in the last 5 years, Charles had only seen Chastity when an ambulance occasionally took her to the hospital. Charles said he was sorry to hear it. If Irene needed anything, just come over and ask. If he wasn't there, leave a note. Irene's gratitude overflowed, repeated thanks, a thin hand reaching out even though she was too far away to touch. Her thanks seemed far beyond anything Charles had actually said or done. He said he'd better get back to bed. Good night. Irene returned the good night but didn't move until Charles went back inside his door. Charles found a letter from Narcissus Gully. She apologized for hanging up abruptly the other night. She'd tried calling back the next day with no answer. Working late on her book, she decided to write instead. She regretted not giving him a chance to express his feelings about his business, different temperaments she supposed, and no need to force communication. Still, she wanted him to know she respected his wishes and would execute the property sale with utmost professionalism. For Charles, the letter wasn't just a note. It was proof of how much his life had changed. Not his life exactly, but the circumstances around it. He believed Narcissus wanted him to call her. She was up in the middle of the night thinking about him, trying to get him out of her head, then trying to write him either out of or into her life. And still he was no closer to love. Instead of bed, he made coffee and plans. He wanted something, didn't know what, but suspected Aniston Bennett was the key. He needed a deal, an understanding. So far, Bennett controlled every interaction, even locked up. Charles read on Narcissus's letter a dozen times while turning Bennett over in his mind. At 5 in the morning he called. She answered on the first ring. He said he'd just found her note. She observed he was up early. He proposed lunch not later that day but the next. The Japanese place in Sag Harbor, 1:30, avoid the crowd. She hesitated, said she didn't know if she should, called him Mr. Blakey. He told her the name was Charles. Don't think about it, just meet him. He wouldn't bite or make her see him again if she didn't want. She asked if they were going to talk business. No business, he said. Just clearing up a couple of things. She hesitated again. He heard tapping on her end. She admitted she didn't do much dating. He said it wasn't a date, just lunch. She agreed. 1:30 tomorrow. He said see you then. She said bye. At 6:45, Charles snapped on the light in Bennett's cell. Bennett jerked up from the floor mattress. Charles shoved cold cereal and fruit under the door, sat on the trunk, and announced the deal. Bennett sat in his red chair, ran a hand down his face until he was clasping his throat, and told Charles to go on. Everything is a privilege, Charles explained. Food, water, light, books. If Bennett wanted Charles as warden of his life, that's what he'd be. Bennett asked, very serious, how he earned these privileges. Charles would ask questions. Bennett would answer. Refusal or unsatisfactory answers meant a privilege taken away. Bad attitude meant suspension of privileges. Lying meant the same. Bennett asked how Charles would know if he was lying. Charles said Bennett would have to prove it. That answer made Bennett flinch. Bennett asked what his rights were. Only one right, Charles said. At any time Bennett could ask to be released. 96 hours after that request, Charles would open the door and he could go. Bennett told him not to forget the money. Charles didn't care about the money, only his rules in his jail. Bennett asked why the 96-hour delay. Because Bennett wasn't going to be the boss. This was Charles's house. If Bennett wanted to play some stupid game, he played by Charles's rules, and if Bennett said tomorrow he wanted out, Charles would turn out the light and leave him down here with nothing but a mug of water for 4 days. Charles believed that was the first time he saw the true Aniston Bennett, all artifice gone, brow knitted, fingers doing a jittery little dance. Bennett asked what happened if he didn't answer questions to Charles's satisfaction. Same thing, Charles said. Solitary confinement, no light, bread and water, 4 days. Bennett asked if Charles thought he could break him. Charles repeated his rules. Bennett asked how long he had to think. Right now, Charles said. Either agree or Charles would pull him out and drive him to the train station in those pajamas. Underneath glowering eyes a smile came to Bennett's lips. He would agree on one condition. Charles asked what? Even if he didn't exercise the option, Bennett reserved the right to ask one question for every 3 Charles asked, and Charles would give his word to answer as honestly as he could. Charles said deal. Bennett added if he answered a question and Charles believed the answer, then no punishment, because the question was inadequate. Also, Charles had to ask specific questions, not something like, tell me everything about this or that. Charles agreed. He'd already thought about fair questions. If he couldn't ask it properly, he didn't deserve an answer. He would be specific and explain why he didn't believe something. Aniston Bennett nodded his agreement, deadly serious. Charles couldn't begin to explain how he felt. Charles brought Bennett dinner, pan-fried scrod, boiled potatoes, a small pitcher of chilled Irish breakfast tea, and opened with a question. Why are you here? Bennett claimed not to understand. That was the first jab encounter. Charles clarified, why do you want to be in this basement cell? Why do you feel you should be in jail? Bennett stood from his red plastic chair, held out his hands, fingers splayed one high, one at waist level, like an ancient image of twin suns. He declared himself a criminal. Every commandment broken, dozens of laws and ordinances violated. Charles started to ask which laws, but Bennett interrupted. His turn. Charles had asked 3 questions. Bennett counted. Why am I here? Why do I want to be here? Why do I feel I should be in jail? Correct on all counts. Charles wanted to play by the rules. Bennett asked, Did Charles embezzle money from Harbor Savings? Charles's first impulse was to say no, almost did, then wanted to say yes but couldn't get the word out. He sat gritting his teeth. Bennett watched with bland patience. It dawned on Charles he'd entered a game he could lose. Following their morning rules opened him to questions that made him just as vulnerable as Bennett. If he answered truthfully, Bennett would have something on him, and Charles couldn't be sure Bennett's own answers were true. He said yes anyway. Took money from the drawer. Embezzlement, yes. Bennett smiled. Charles asked if Bennett had ever murdered anybody, expecting to wipe the smirk away. No, Bennett replied, still showing small teeth. Charles stood so fast, he knocked the standing book trunk flat behind him. He announced 4 days of solitary. Bennett leaped up too, cried that it wasn't fair a bit playfully. Charles insisted it was. A lie. He already knew Bennett murdered that soldier in North Vietnam. Either Bennett lied then or he was lying now. Bennett protested. He hadn't lied on either count. He never said he murdered the soldier. He said he killed him, shot him actually, but under orders from a legal representative of the government. No more murder than an executioner murdering a condemned man. Charles argued about breaking every commandment, but realized mid-sentence, the commandment says, "Thou shalt not kill," not "thou shalt not murder." Charles asked if Bennett was a lawyer. No formal training, Bennett said. Never taken or passed a bar in any state or nation. Charles asked what he stole. Only one thing, Bennett said. Years ago, 70s, a villa outside Rio de Janeiro. A painting leaning against a wall in a poorly lit hallway nobody used much. A rich man's house. Bennett was newly out of Asia, looking for a shipping connection willing to move contraband. The owner had a dozen ships, not large, but large enough. But the deal wasn't working. The man either wanted too much or was scared and asked for too much, so Bennett would have to abandon his efforts. He stayed a day or two too long. The man's daughter hated him. She came to Bennett's room every night, made love, confessed her hatred. She showed him the painting. A nude, peach-colored, leaning over a blue chair, a foot high and 9 inches wide. Picasso. Bennett threw it in his suitcase while the daughter slept in his bed. She slept late. He left without waking her. Charles let the idea seep in. Not the painting, not Brazil, not the beautiful young woman coming to him for sex in her father's home, but all of it together. Bennett's access to power and wealth, his almost innocent lack of morals, set off an empty feeling in Charles's chest. He looked into Bennett's blue eyes, thinking how to phrase the next question. Bennett saw what was happening in Charles's eyes and announced it was his turn. Charles counted to himself, then nodded. Bennett asked, "Have you ever killed anybody?" Charles wanted to get up and leave right then, run from Bennett and everything else. Free him, drive to New York, make it to Atlanta, change his name, get a job unloading boxes. But the peach-colored nude and the naked woman in bed held him. Something about spending an entire lifetime in his room, reading comic books and masturbating while a real world existed outside that he was too scared to acknowledge. Bennett's question was the deepest contact Charles had ever had with another human being. Brent was dying. Almost dead already. The hospice nurse came every morning, changed his diapers, washed him, fed him breakfast. A volunteer came later for dinner. Same meal both times, a can of vitamin-enriched milkshake stuff. Chocolate for dinner, banana in the morning. The nurse said Charles should look in on Brent at night. He never did. Letting him sleep, Charles told himself. By then Brent couldn't even talk, but he'd open his eyes when Charles entered the room, look at him with longing, sometimes hold out a feeble hand. Before Brent was that far gone, he'd asked Charles to sit beside his bed one morning. Charles had just brought breakfast and was getting ready to leave. Brent's voice was weak. Charles pretended not to hear. Brent said, "Please, sit down for a minute." Charles did. Brent took his hand. Brent said he was sorry, said he knew he'd treated Charles bad all those years, called him names, told him he was no good. Brent could see now that all Charles needed was a father. That's why Charles was so bad. Just mad, and Brent never saw why. Could Charles forgive him? Tears came to Charles's eyes. Tears of rage. The idea that Brent would mention his father, dare to suggest he could have taken that place, made Charles hate Brent more than ever. He let go of Brent's hand to avoid cracking his fingers. Brent saw the tears, and smiled clearly, believing those tears were forgiveness, absolution. Charles wanted to deny it, wanted to holler Brent into dust. He was so angry, he didn't trust his actions, so he left the room. Never spoke to Brent again. Never touched him again. Couldn't. The nurse always said a kind word or gentle touch would be the best medicine, but Charles couldn't touch Brent. Couldn't think of one kind thing to say. Brent's smell turned his stomach. He would have liked to jab knives into Brent's eyes. He didn't touch or talk to Brent, didn't go into his room at night. Every day Brent got weaker, and Charles thought to himself, good. Hope he dies soon. Hope he dies tonight while Charles lies in bed thinking about the Playboy magazines he stole from under Brent's bed. One morning the nurse found Brent on the floor next to the door. He must have been trying to get out, maybe trying to get to Charles. Charles heard something in the night but thought it was squirrels in the gutters, not his uncle scrabbling on the oak floor trying to escape death. The police asked if Charles heard anything. Everyone knew how much he hated Brent, but nothing came of it. Brent died of cancer. They couldn't arrest Charles for not being friendly, for rubbing an urgent erection into the mattress while thinking about impossibly endowed Tammy Lee Nidor, Playmate of the Month. Charles answered, "Bennett, no. Never killed anyone." Then he said he had to go. He would come down tomorrow and ask more. Bennett said whatever Charles said, Warden, and smiled. Charles asked if Bennett wanted a book. "If he may," Bennett said. Charles passed him a paperback from his pocket. Singhal, Hothouse, Singhal, by Brian Aldiss, set millions of years in the future, where plants had become the dominant species. Maybe he gave it because it was one of his favorites. He didn't know. Charles sat up at the head of his bed, communing with ancestors he knew nothing about, except that his family had kept them in the basement for hundreds of years, then forgotten them. They were the only thing of value in his life right then, a hope that he came from somewhere important. He looked at the ivory faces, and thought of himself as an embezzler and a murderer. Brent had always called him a malingerer. Maybe that too. Around 3 a.m, he pulled out an old spring binder from college and started writing question ideas. By sunrise, his tin trash can held the failures he'd penned. Breakfast for the prisoner: shredded wheat and skim milk, no sugar, no fruit. Charles resolved to deliver the food and leave. He put the tray down. Bennett asked what they were going to talk about today, Warden. Without thinking, Charles asked if Aniston Bennett was his real name. As soon as he asked, he was happy. One question. He needed 3 before having to answer one of Bennett's. Charles was so intent on the silly rules that he almost missed Bennett's reaction. Head twisted right an inch, skin around the eyes tightening into fine wrinkles. Bennett said yes. But Charles knew better. The problem: he had to ask another question to dig out the truth. He asked if it was his birth name. No. What was that name? Tamal Nosos. Bennett stared blue comets at Charles. No further information. Charles said it was Bennett's turn. Bennett responded lamely that he was thinking. Charles warned that if Bennett had nothing to ask, he forfeited, and it was Charles's turn again. Bennett sneered and frowned, asking if Charles was a child. Charles might have felt victorious at provoking that lash out, but there was a force behind the condemnation that unsettled him. Charles said no, and that was a question. So now Bennett had to tell where that name came from, why it was changed, and by whom. Charles counted on the same 3 fingers Bennett had used the day before. Tamal Nosos considered Charles for a long time. It took all of Charles's concentration not to break away from his gaze. He knew somehow that if Bennett stared him down, he would never regain the advantage. Looking back, Charles could see how foolish, childish, really the game was. Two full-grown men in that ridiculous situation, but if you were there, you'd have felt how deadly serious they were. Bennett said at last that he didn't know. Charles, you didn't know. The real answers, Bennett said. His mother's name was Maria Nossos, unmarried. His father's name was Tamal. The birth certificate only had the first name. Nationality, Turkish. Bennett became Tamal Nossos because his mother died before she could name him. She'd come to New York from Greece, met this man Tamal somewhere. He was already gone by the time Bennett was born. Neither Greek nor Turkish, an orphan in America. When he grew up, he named himself. Knew nothing of either parent or their cultures. He was here, and meant to thrive. He created a whole history based on the name Bennett, chose ancestors who came over on a boat before the American Revolution. They'd mostly died out, except for Aniston, except for him. Charles looked closely at his prisoner. The bald head, the impossible blue eyes. Bennett said contact lenses, then leaned forward, put fingers against his left eye, and leaned back with a large lens, whites and all, in his hand. The black eye that looked back from the left socket could well have been Greek or Turkish. He'd had his scalp done by an electrologist, Bennett explained. In his line of work, no promise of a razor ready to shave black locks. Charles said Bennett was passing as a blue blood, but really, he was nothing. Didn't even know if his father was Turkish, could have been Arab or even African. Bennett declared with conviction that his name was Aniston Bennett. Charles said it was Bennett's turn. Bennett said he didn't want to play this game anymore. Charles said simply if Bennett didn't play his game, he wouldn't play Bennett's. The power he felt was stronger than any alcohol. Bennett replaced his blue eye and shook his head. He warned Charles not to fuck with him. Charlie, another man again. Charles walked out of the basement, up to the house. In the pantry, 2 loaves of white bread and 3 cans of Borden's condensed milk waited for just this moment. He carried them back down, shoved the food under the gate, smashing the bread in the process, then threw a can opener through a cell diamond. He went back to the hatch, snapped off the light, and called down that he'd see Tamal in 4 days. Bennett yelled something unintelligible as Charles slammed the cellar door. Bennett was still shouting as Charles secured the locks, barely audible 5 feet from the hatch. A well-built stone cellar, insulated door, almost soundproof as it turned out. Charles went upstairs listening for shouts. Nothing. Around noon he figured Bennett had stopped, so he went back to the cellar door. Bennett was still shouting loud and deep for such a small man. Charles almost broke then, almost threw open the door and set him free. Could have saved face by saying he just wanted to throw a scare into him, freed him and sent him packing. He knew that was the wisest course. But something else had taken over. Perverse pride left Tamal Aniston in his hole. Ever since Bennett first stood at his front door, Charles felt Bennett held the upper hand, self-assured, a man of the world, rich, white. Charles was permanently unemployed and broke. Putting Bennett in that cell and serving him was like tying Joe Frazier's right hand behind his back and then picking a fight. The only way Charles could beat Bennett was to break him, show him Charles was boss of his house, show him Charles meant what he said and wouldn't break down. After all, Bennett had agreed to the rules, said okay. What did he expect? He told Charles he wanted to be punished, wanted Charles as his warden. Charles had warned him. Charles was late getting out of the house and late to Tiger Tanaka's, the Japanese restaurant. Narcissus waited patiently in the display window at a table for 2. He apologized, said he had business with Mr. Dent that he couldn't break off. She said it was okay, smiled, looked down first, then in an act of will looked up for him to see her pleasure. She'd been thinking about the notes in his aunt's diaries. She didn't think he should sell them either. So much was about everyday life in the black community out here, names of relatives back more than 200 years. Charles asked if they had the guys who brought over those masks. Narcissus beamed. Not their names, but a reference to 3 Africans who came on a Spanish ship before the Revolution. She didn't think these ladies knew about the masks. Either they didn't know their relation to the 3 African sailors, or somehow his family inherited the masks from another clan. She wore a dark blue dress that came to mid-thigh when she sat. Sharp number new, Charles believed. He sat down, put his hands across the table, touched her elbows with his fingers. She continued. She hadn't really pushed ahead with the sales yet. She was thinking maybe Charles would like to start a museum. A museum? Yes, an African-American museum of life out here. They could use her upstairs. She could charge admission. Charles wouldn't make as much as selling the pieces, but he could keep them, and share them too. Charles said it was nice to see her, Miss Gully. She struggled not to look away, asked what he wanted to talk about. Her skin enchanted him again. Subtle variations of color gave depth to her. He didn't know. Words came out of his mouth as if uttered by a stranger. He felt bad about how they'd gotten off the phone the other night. He liked her, and was hoping they didn't have to stop talking before they had a chance to be friends. Narcissus smiled and sighed, touched her long fingers against his forearm. The waitress, a blonde teenager, came to take their order. Charles ate raw fish for the first time in his life. Yellowtail and tuna, smoky, sweet-tasting sea urchin on a mint leaf. He paid for the meal, then took Narcissus on a long drive out to Montauk. He kissed her the first time on the beach. They'd walked for more than an hour. She'd done almost all the talking, mostly about the museum she wanted him to contribute toward, but also details about her mother and father, and her activist lawyer sister Rochelle, who lived in D.C., and had 3 children by as many men. Narcissus remarked at one point that Rochelle would be a welfare mother if she wasn't a lawyer. Charles thought about Rochelle. She didn't sound any different from many men he'd known, men who bounced from woman to woman, creating babies as they went. Clarence was like that. At least 3 women he admitted having children by, proud of his virility. Charles was thinking about Rochelle's masculine approach, but he didn't care. Instead, he stopped on the sandy beach and kissed Rochelle's girly sister. Narcissus didn't resist. She'd been waiting for it. Her left arm snaked up around his neck, while her right hand gripped his biceps. Her tongue was quick to find his. They stood in each other's arms until Charles's legs began to ache around 5:30. He broke away long enough to suggest they drive back to his house. They made it to the car, but it was almost 7 o'clock before he turned the ignition key and started back toward home. All that time they had only been kissing. Lips and necks. Her dress was sleeveless, so sometimes he kissed her arms. She leaned over him now and again, resting her forearm on his erection. That was as close as they came to sex until they got back to his place. The drive back was more than an hour. Narcissus filled the minutes talking about his aunt's diaries and what importance they held. Real history. She said recipes and funerals, petty disputes, detailed explanations of social gaffes. Some talk about race, but not as much as you'd expect. Aunt Theodora was very religious, but Penelope and Jane Ann hardly ever mentioned the Bible or the Lord. Just the leaves of the diaries under a glass case could be the room of a museum. Charles said he'd think about it, reaching over to rest his hand on the upper thigh of her left leg. She shuddered. Charles couldn't tell if it was from anticipation of sex or the chance to become a curator. Naked on his mother's bed, Charles told Narcissus to put her arms up over her head. She hesitated but complied. He bound her wrists together with his left hand and took her nipple in his mouth. Her breast was small, but the nipples were quite large. Though darker, they had the same multicoloring as the rest of her skin, very hard against his tongue. He worked his hand down between her legs and flicked his finger against the moist flesh under the mound of hair. She hissed, "Oh God, oh no!" He continued to tease and nibble until her hissing turned into a shout, "Xingha, oh God, oh no, stop, please, too much, Xingha." He asked if she wanted him to stop. She said please. He said he'd count to 5 first. She said, "Oh." 1. Narcissus raised her head between her extended arms to look down at what his hand was doing. 2. She grinned, and then grimaced. 3. She slammed her head back on the mattress. 4. She whispered that she loved him. He said what? She said please, she couldn't take it. 5. He released her and moved his teasing hand away. He stood above her. She turned over on her stomach, inviting him to lie down on her back. Narcissus asked if Charles heard something. He had just awakened in the dark room. She stood at the window, cupping her ear toward the pane. He got up and went to her, pleased she was still naked. He put his arm around her slender waist. She draped her arm on his shoulder. She told him to listen. In the silence of night, barely audible, no more than a murmur, only noticeable due to the proximity of his mother's window. Charles said it was that man again. "What man?" she asked. "The man who lived out in these woods some summers, a hobo or something. Now and then someone called the police, but they never found him. Crazy. Sometimes when he drank too much wine, he got pretty loud. Kept his distance, though. You had to listen closely just to hear it at all." Narcissus asked if he'd seen him. "No, never." "Then how did he know all that?" He'd found the man's camps and empty bottles of cheap wine. Some people had seen him too, but not Charles. His lies were becoming too large. He knew he should let it go, but couldn't. They'd called him the Padre when Charles was younger, because some folks said he was preaching to the trees. Seemed harmless enough. Charles kissed Narcissus. She forgot about Aniston Bennett's shouts and his lies. Narcissus needed to talk. Very nervous about surrendering so completely to a man she hardly knew, she told him so. The last time she fell for a man so fast, it was all wrong. Felt wonderful, but he wasn't the man for her. Charles argued that he was right for a moment. "He was awful," she said. "Would take things from her house." "Really?" Charles asked. "Yes. A pearl ring, $20 from a cookie jar. Even large things like a toaster kept under the sink. At first, she thought she was going crazy. Then one day she set a paperclip on the back of her jewelry box. He must have lifted the lid without noticing the pin. She knew immediately. He'd taken her zircon earrings. He did it 3 more times after that, and she broke up with him." She pulled away from his massage and lay on her back. Charles reclined, resting his head on her small stomach. He asked why she waited. Why not get rid of him after the first time? She sat up, pushing his head down into her lap. He kissed her stomach. She had a ticklish reaction, then grabbed his hair to make him stop. "It was weird," she said, "like the Twilight Zone. She knew he was doing it, but he didn't know she knew. She'd leave money in her purse or an earring on the night table, and then he'd come in and do that love thing he did." Charles asked if it was that good. "He was a wonderful lover," she said, "but that wasn't why she kept him on so long. It was like he was her shy prostitute. He didn't want to feel like a whore, so she let him steal from her and pretended she didn't miss it." Charles kissed her stomach again. This time she didn't grab his hair. He asked why she finally decided to break it off. "Because she started to change," she said. "Change how?" She hesitated, said she didn't know if she should talk about it, didn't even know Charles. He said that was okay. He understood. We all have our secrets. Charles didn't really care about Narcissus's secret sex life with her gigolo. He was thinking about the man in his basement, about the consequences after Bennett got out. Narcissus said it wasn't any big secret. She just didn't like who she'd become. Aggressive. She made him do things. Asked him questions while they were doing it. Started calling him names, doing things she never did before. Charles asked what kind of things. She'd finally caught his interest. She said she had to go to the bathroom and walked out. Charles went to the window, cupped his ear to the pane. It could have been a moose 5 miles distant, That's what he could have said. He was tired, almost scared of what he'd done to Bennett. Wondered if Bennett had a strong heart, if the stress might kill him. He wanted to run down while Narcissus was in the toilet and make sure the prisoner wasn't dying. But then he thought Bennett's death would make everything easier. No one knew where he was, Bennett had said. Charles could just put him in the ground in the family plot. If no one was looking, he'd never be found. For a brief moment, Charles considered leaving him down there until starvation did the work. If Bennett died, he couldn't get back at Charles. When Charles realized he was contemplating murder, he backed away from the window. Narcissus asked from behind if he'd seen the man.
No.
Then why did he jump away like that?
He said he just remembered something. He had to go into the city tomorrow for a meeting, thought it was the day after but got confused.
Disappointment in her voice. She asked how she'd get back to her car.
Don't worry about that, Charles said. He'd give her a ride when they got up.
She hesitated, then said she thought he was trying to get rid of her now. Why would she think that? Did she think he'd kick her out in the middle of the night?
She said he'd been so restless. She thought he wanted to be alone.
That was when Charles realized what had happened to him. Really, what had happened to the world around him. Before Bennett, he was invisible, moving silently among the people of the harbor. No one wondered about him, questioned him. Even his best friends accepted what they saw. The card player with a sharp tongue who couldn't back up half of what he said. The petty thief, dead Samuel's son. He might as well have been a tree at the end of the block. People saw him well enough to walk around, but that was it. For his part, he treated everyone the same way. Could put a name on them, maybe, but rarely touched or spoke a meaningful word to a soul. Weeks could go by without one worthwhile piece of information passing between him and another human. His only chance at intimacy was with Clarence and Kat, but 90% of that time was spent drunk. Now everything was different, half different really. Still nobody saw him. People at Curry's bar, people on the street. Bethany and Narcissus saw something like him, an image of what he thought he wanted to be, but they had no idea what was on his mind. What had changed was what Charles saw. Everybody had become like a mirror, giving him reflections of what they saw, instead of what they were trying to show him. Narcissus became a mirror and an echo chamber, giving back every word uttered and gesture made. When he saw or heard something he didn't like, he had a chance to alter his behavior. He said no, baby. Not at all. He wanted to see her, wanted her here. Just so much on his mind, and he felt so comfortable with her that he kind of sank into it. Did she know what he meant? She asked what was wrong. Her nipples were tightening again. Charles felt the beginnings of another erection. He suggested they go to bed. He could have been an actor in an old black-and-white movie, an airplane ace or international journalist, world-weary and in need of quiet love. She was in the movie too, happy with her role. Arm in arm, they walked back to the bed like choreographed dancers, every kiss on its mark, every breath on cue. Aniston Bennett stopped shouting sometime the next morning. After driving Narcissus to her car, Charles went down to the hatch and listened. Not a murmur or sound. At first he thought about going in to check, but then decided to stick to his guns, make Bennett wait the full 96 hours. He figured Bennett would be mad no matter what, so he might as well do something worth being mad about. He spent almost all of the next 3 days away from the house. The first night at Curry's bar, lying about his business and drinking up a storm. In the morning, he got up early and started worrying about the sergeant Bennett had slaughtered in North Vietnam. But we aren't in Vietnam, he told himself. But he is a killer, he answered. That morning Charles had made a date to go horseback riding for the first time in his life with a young white couple named Jody and Byron. Wealthy. They invited him along, promised to show him how. They had a girl they wanted him to meet, XIII. She took them on a trip through woods around Southampton that Charles had never seen. Every inch of those woods was etched in his memory by the pain that saddle inflicted. Jody and XIII were cousins. Byron was Jody's husband. They lived in the Hamptons every summer and fall, then spent the rest of the year between Aspen and Maui. Their money came from their parents. XIII had big blonde hair and big teeth and a permanent smile. She loved horses, had ridden every day since age 12. She told Charles 2 minutes after they met that she loved horses' hair and teeth and eyes. As a girl, she'd sneak out at night to sleep in the stables with her mare. Charles said it was great. She had something like that. He knew a lot of people who never had something they loved so much. He was thinking about himself, about how he'd wandered in and out of the same front door for 33 years without ever knowing which way he should be going. Uncle Brent used to say Singhal boy just like a housefly. So busy buzzin' he don't see the wall till it smack him upside the head. Exton asked if he thought she was crazy, wonderment in her voice. Charles said he guessed you could say that. Crazy basically meant different from everybody else. Since she knew what she wanted and most other people didn't have any idea, they had to call her crazy, but only because they were jealous. Eckstein loved him after that. Big physical girl, just like her mare. All she wanted was to gallop and romp up and down the hot trails around the Hamptons. She liked his company because he didn't think there was anything wrong with her horse obsession. Charles liked her because everything about her came down to a horse and animal, like a deer. Byron and Jody took them to a cabin in the woods, connected to a property that was either theirs or a friend's. Large place. After dinner, the big blonde horsewoman and Charles wandered off to a secluded part of the residence. That night they kissed a lot, but she didn't want sex. Engaged to a guy named Sanderson who wouldn't mind kissing but drew the line at intercourse. Charles didn't care. His inner thighs were in deep pain, sure he was bleeding inside. He fell asleep mid-kiss and didn't wake until noon the next day. His new friends were gone, leaving him miles from anywhere without a car. He spent most of the afternoon walking down paths in an abandoned apple orchard, trying to find a road. Hot day. He had to remove his sweater and top shirt. Still in pain, limping, very thirsty, slightly panicked that he might die out there. The dirt path bone dry. Apple blossoms beginning their transformation to fruit. For a long time he hadn't thought about his prisoner, but on that desolate walk, Bennett came back. A white man who didn't know one thing about his past. Pure evil in the way of business. A thief and killer by his own admission. Why did he want to be caged anyway? He never really answered. Charles thought maybe he should disappear to Aspen or Hawaii. Let the white man go, take his money, vanish. He made it to a back road, finally got a ride to Curry's, sat and drank until closing time. Kicked out, he slept in his car, and woke with the sun stabbing his eyes. Bennett could have been dead for all Charles knew, but the deal was 96 hours. Charles cracked the hatch on the second, musty air. He snapped on the light. Bennett rose to his feet, bare-chested, bright blue bottoms, thick black hair sprouting from his jaw, gray bags under his eyes. Charles said good morning, asked if Bennett was ready to get out. Bennett's eyes were black, not blue. The absence of contact lenses seemed to say something Charles wasn't sure he wanted to know. Bennett said he'd screamed for a whole day after Charles dropped that door, kept it up like a chant. Must be pretty soundproof. After that didn't work, he sharpened the can opener left on the floor outside the cage. Made a slingshot from the elastic in his other pants. He was going to wait until Charles walked in, and then shoot him dead. Charles felt a drop of sweat go down past his left ear. But then Bennett had to wait too long for Charles to come back, and the bloodlust drained away. He sat in his red chair. He noted that it was dark in here, black actually. The air got thick when Charles didn't open the door. Bennett passed his fingertips lightly over both eyebrows, then looked up at Charles. He admitted Charles had made him think about the things he came here to pay for, made him wonder about the life he thought he could repent. Little Mallow from northern Uganda, a small chest of diamonds in Rwanda, tens of thousands there. But Malika, he thought her name was Malika, was just one. He'd walked past death so many times that you'd think he'd end up dead like that, but he hadn't. Maybe he went a little crazy. He knew a man in Connecticut willing to kill anyone anywhere in Africa or South America, wouldn't kill in the US or Europe, but life down south was open season. He knew a man in the kidney business, another who dealt only in hearts. Charles asked if the assassin was black. Yes, Bennett said, but that didn't matter. He could be white. The fact was he'd become an individual, a man who took actions solely from his own decision. Just like Bennett, he was what he made of himself. Maybe one day he'd fall apart too, but that wouldn't matter either. You could never take back your life. Charles didn't believe Bennett. The sorrow and self-pity felt like a trick somehow. The only thing he couldn't figure was what Bennett had to gain by fooling him now. Charles asked if Bennett was ready to go. What did he mean, no? Another 4 days in the hole? Bennett clasped his hands in front of his face, as if in prayer, and said he hadn't done anything else wrong. Charles demanded to know what Bennett wanted from him. Bennett replied that once he'd walked into a room in Amsterdam wearing a polo shirt and khaki pants and changed the future of a nation. He'd given a 9-month-old infant as a present to a man's dog. The man wanted to see if the myth of wolves raising men could be true. He'd walked through a city of the dead in Rwanda, guarded by soldiers paid in dollars. Everywhere men and women had lain so long that bones had softened, bodies become deflated bags of maggots. He'd retrieved enough diamonds to rebuild a nation, but instead, he took those jewels and put them in a titanium box in the Alps. He said he was still a bookkeeper behind enemy lines. Did Charles understand? Charles said no. Bennett asked what Charles did while he was down here. Charles said he learned to ride horses, got drunk and got laid. Bennett asked if Charles heard him screaming. Sometimes, Charles said. Not much, though. Sounded like a moose stuck in briar about a mile away. Did Charles worry he might die? Did Charles worry Bennett might kill him for being treated like that? Charles lied and said no. Bennett asked if Charles had ever watched a child being murdered. Charles shook his head and squinted. Bennett said he once made $10 million because he was willing to deliver $1 million to a man hiding from the communists in Nicaragua. That's the American way. He laughed. Charles asked, using the real name, why Bennett was here. Last summer, Bennett said, a deal fell through. Charles had gotten up to the gate, now shaking, too afraid to go further. He said he didn't think he needed to know this. Bennett begged to stay a little longer. Charles could take away the books, feed him only bread and water, keep the lights off always, but please don't ask him to leave. Charles asked if Bennett was crazy. No, Bennett said, not at all, very sane in fact, because he stopped for a minute, looked around, and saw what he was doing. All of a sudden he realized what was happening. What he had done was so... Charles finished the thought, evil. Bennett realized he was evil? Bennett rubbed his fingers along his rough chin, considering. Then no, and yes. What had happened was evil. The child torn apart and half devoured by a dog in the night, procuring a heart or kidney for a man he might need as a business contact one day. The act was evil. Yes. And his actions were also evil, criminal. But it was not him. It was the world around him. Not him, but the commerce and the language of their world. He scooted to the edge of his plastic chair, held his hands out separately, pinching fingers together. Death and starvation were integral parts of their language system, their form of communication. Do what I say or else. Do your job or you're fired. These words carried consequence. To avoid paying, people comply. Or they don't. And then they die. Their logic is evil, so the smartest and most successful are devils. Like him, a good citizen and the worst demon. He realized it when a deal fell through. He failed and had a dream, and in the dream, he'd done the right thing, failing. Charles asked if Bennett was punishing himself because he did good. Bennett laughed and said yes, repeated it many times. He did the right thing, and his whole world fell apart. The fact of his failure was good in one way. But even if thousands may have been spared, that wasn't important. For man to survive as a species, there had to be people like him. People had to die for others to produce. The deaths were wrong, but the continuation of the world was more important. Charles pressed so Bennett had been doing the right things. Nothing wrong with him. If that was true, why would he need punishment? Bennett sat back with all the certainty and fear of a despot awaiting long overdue execution. He'd been arrested once in Uganda. No trial, just taken to prison, beaten, tortured. He leaned forward to show scars on his shoulder, then left to contemplate his sins in a small cell. Pain was part of life, and he'd always accepted death. But the time in that cell, though he hated it, while there was like a gap in the thoroughfare of his life, the road just stopped. And then there was a forest, a black forest, thick and dark with no promise at all. His life stopped in that cell, and his worst enemy was everything he knew, the blood work he'd done, the worst experience he ever had. As days passed, he got sick on the magnitude of what he'd done. When released, he had to be hospitalized. He gashed his own thigh with a bayonet so no one would realize how precarious his mind had become. As bad as that prison time was, he wanted to go back to face the evil and accept the accusations in his own mind. That's why he came here. He had no idea Charles would do the dictator one better by turning out the lights. He came hoping to make a statement to himself, to isolate and punish the part of him that sees the evil. The only real punishment is to recognize and pay for your deeds. But in that darkness, hating Charles, he saw everything all over again. He remembered checking the situation in Rwanda every day for over a year, knew it was going to blow up. Then remembered walking along the streets of the dead. In the darkness here he could almost feel them. His own body odors were reminiscent of death. He could understand how sweat and gases became stronger when you die, then leak out of you. So dark, your heart still beating, but death might be like that. He could not have stopped the massacre, could not have changed history set in motion centuries ago, and if he tried, he would have lost all his power, become like an ant under the foot of another man like him. Charles still didn't get it. Why here? Why him? At first just a joke, Bennett said. Not on Charles, he liked Charles. Charles had a lot of potential. Bennett chose him so that Aniston Bennett, the whitest white man he could think up, would be jailed by a black man who really was a blue blood in American history. But then, getting to know Charles, Bennett saw they were opposites in many more ways. Charles had done very little with his life. No profession, no job, never completed one project, never made a woman pregnant or voted, quit school. His whole life could be called a failure. Every second up to this moment wasted. But still Charles was truly innocent, while Bennett, who had changed the course of nations, was not worthy to call him friend. A fanatic tone in Bennett's words. Charles didn't pay much attention to the insults at that moment. Later, after Bennett was gone, he would think about what was said. Not much he could disagree with. Bennett was evil, and Charles was a failure. Maybe that was the difference between good and bad people in the world. Bennett asked again if he could stay. Charles asked what he expected to get out of staying down here. He just didn't want to leave yet, Warden. Needed a little more time to think. It sounded like Bennett already had it all figured out, Charles said. To save the world or whatever, you've got to be a badass. Bennett said the words he spoke were just words, but the child he sold into death, the corpses he robbed, these were truths he could no longer avoid. He had to make peace with them, or he would go crazy. Charles thought to himself that Bennett wasn't too far from crazy already. Bennett asked for just another week, 7 more days. Charles said he'd think about it. Bennett thanked him profusely. Charles brought breakfast and didn't unlock the cage, so Bennett could stay at least the day. Maybe Charles would free him that evening, that's what he thought. Bennett wanted to talk more, but Charles refused. Just the few hints of violence and pain Bennett had caused set off a shaking inside him. Charles wandered around the floor of his house, then tried to read. His mouth produced too much saliva he had to swallow, and spit continually. gas pains relieved only by foul-smelling farts. His fingers and toes felt numb. His teeth hurt at the gums.
He was scared to death, like a man riding an avalanche, only a matter of time before he'd be plowed under and crushed.
He wanted his mother or father. Even a bad word from Uncle Brent would have been a relief. He went to the liquor cabinet but couldn't stomach the idea of drinking. Finally, he sat on the floor in the middle of the living room and closed his eyes. Something he'd done as a small boy. When everything got too exciting, he'd sit and think about the shadows on his eyelids. On a sunny day, the darks and lights, blues, grays, reds that appeared behind closed eyes were like the ocean. He imagined himself as a little octopus, seeing the sea world and feeling safe because he had so many arms. Sometimes he'd make up little songs, humming a tune about nothing and floating among fishes and sea kings. He had crossed from turmoil to childish ecstasy by the time the doorbell rang. He didn't know how long he'd been sitting, but his feet were asleep, painful and slow to rise. The bell stopped before he could hobble to the front door. He laughed at his exaggerated limp. Like an old man, for some reason that made him happy. XIII was headed back down the front stairs. Across the street, Miss Littleneck watched. Charles called out to her. The woman with big blonde hair hesitated, then turned around. She said she'd come to say she was sorry. Jeans, a tight blue cotton blouse that didn't cover her midriff, yellow rubber flip-flops, a yellow and white scarf around her neck, just thrown together. Uncle Brent's voice said in memory. Charles invited her in. She accepted with a bowed head. Sitting in the breakfast nook, Charles asked how Exton found where he lived. He'd poured apple juice she wasn't drinking. Petey, the regular bartender at Curry's, knew a guy who knew where Charles's house was. Someone in town must have recognized him. Charles was struck and scared by her appearance, not because he cared about Exton finding him, but because his feeling of invisibility was false. People did see him. They knew when he passed in the street. His actions were noted no matter how small he thought he was. XIII, continued she, decided to come over and apologize for leaving him out there like that. Charles asked why she left him. Jody and Byron left, she said, and she told them she would drive Charles home. They were mad because they thought she slept with him, and Byron and Sanderson were friends. She didn't know. She guessed she got mad at Charles, thought he had taken advantage of her. Charles complained he passed out, and then she left him without a ride. She countered that he put his hands on her breasts and jerked her by the arm. She thought he was going to rape her. Charles said he didn't remember. He remembered kissing her, thought that was okay, thought she liked it. She got angry, deeply bothered. That didn't mean she wanted his hands all over her. Charles apologized. Bad mix whiskey and horsehair. He didn't want to make her mad. She accepted the apology, then apologized too for leaving him with no way home. Charles asked again why she left him. The question surprised her. She thought the answer was obvious. He elaborated. Did she just want to get away from him? Couldn't stand one more minute in his company and had to leave? Or was she mad and wanted to hurt him by making him walk all those miles lost in the woods? She thought about it for a moment, then another. She said she didn't know. She was mad. Didn't want to see him. Didn't know what he'd be like in the morning alone out there. When Byron and Jody left, it was only the two of them. She was afraid, she guessed. Afraid he'd hurt her? He asked. She guessed. Then why did she come here? She felt guilty. Guilty because she kissed him, or guilty that she left? XIII frowned and didn't answer. Charles stood up. She scrambled to her feet. He told her not to worry, he wouldn't have hurt her even in those woods. He said he was a safe Negro. She could put a soap bubble in his hand, and it'd never pop. XIII liked neither his voice nor his words. She said she had to go. Charles watched her drive away in a convertible Jaguar, expensive no doubt. Miss Littleneck called from across the street, asking who that white girl was. Just somebody he met, Charles said. Long after she was gone, Charles thought about XIII. Her presence, her kisses, meant very little to him. Their physical relationship, what little there was no more than an exercise. Most physical intimacy was like that for him. He liked sex, but only bodily pleasure, not an expression of love, just a need, a pleasant moment, sometimes even a chore. What mattered about XIII was that she sought him out, found him. All the women he'd gotten to know after meeting Bennett had that in common. They made him real by seeking him. Not that they knew what they were looking for. Bethany only liked him because he resisted her erotic power. XIII liked horses, and at the end of a satisfying day in the saddle, she found him at her side. Narcissus called him Mr. Blakey refused to see the solitary, jobless man who hadn't accomplished one thing in his entire life. It wasn't that Narcissus was trying to form him with her blindness. She could only see in him what she needed. But because of the purity of her vision, Charles changed. He didn't become what she needed, but the force she exerted on him, the impact of her desire, caused love of a sort. Not the kind that would bring them together, but love still and all. To a lesser extent he was changed by Bethany and XIII. They had shared a moment of transformation like in one of his science fiction novels. After going through that long tunnel of thought, Charles emerged realizing he could now answer Bennett's question about love. He went straight to the cellar. Bennett had an erection, enormous arching contour visible under his hand-washed prison pants. Charles imagined Bennett had been masturbating when he opened the hatch and didn't have time to calm down. Charles didn't ask about it. More important things on his mind. Before even perching on the trunk, Charles asked if Bennett really sold a baby to a man's dog. Charles had thought they would talk about love, hoped to impress Bennett with his self-realization, but once he understood his own impulses, he found he was hungry for more understanding. Bennett answered yes in an almost silent whisper. Charles asked if Bennett knew about Rwanda before it happened, and didn't say a word. Yes, Bennett said a little louder, but that was different. Everyone knew it was about to explode down there. Saying words wouldn't have mattered. He didn't know if anything he could have done would have made a difference. Charles asked about the painting. Bennett nodded. Charles pressed further. Had Bennett killed that sergeant? Another nod or not. Had he bought human organs from a man in that trade? Bennett hesitated, then nodded again. Charles pressed, but Bennett still didn't think he was a murderer, even though somebody had to die to give up a heart. Bennett almost answered, then swallowed and stayed silent. Charles asked about the failure. Bennett said he thought Charles didn't want to know. Charles admitted he didn't, but he had to know what he had down here, couldn't be too afraid to ask. Bennett asked why not. Because it was here, Charles said. He took Bennett's money, and now he had to know what he sold. An emotion Charles couldn't decipher filled Bennett's face. Bennett said it was a device, one that could cause terrible damage in the wrong hands. He'd known about a youthful indiscretion of a man with overseas contacts and influence. They knew each other socially, by chance, but through anonymous email, Bennett delivered his threat. Not exactly blackmail, because the man stood to become wealthy from their transaction, but circumstances threw the deal off. It didn't work out. Charles asked what circumstances. A case of conscience, Bennett said, and subsequent suicide. His words completely emotionless. Charles felt the victim's triumph, so he saved his name without giving in to Bennett. Bennett agreed. The man didn't give in, but his secret was still leaked in all the papers 9 months ago. Bennett had to punish him, even though he was dead, because there would be other candidates, and they should realize consequences go beyond the grave. Charles said Bennett was evil. Bennett called himself a tool, a precision tool of destruction, of the dollar and euro and yen, but his actions weren't his alone. All the possibility of the world existed without him. That man would have died anyway. The target of that device would one day be destroyed. That was the way of the world, not good or evil, a question of humanity and what was done in that name. Charles asked again why Bennett put himself down here. Bennett winced and grimaced, clutched his hands into fists. Didn't Charles understand yet? He couldn't explain it like box instructions. Powerful stuff, powerful enough to destroy. Charles asked if Bennett wanted out. No. Would he answer the question? He'd already answered as well as he could. Charles didn't believe that, so Bennett could either answer right now or leave or spend 4 more days in the hole. Bennett said he couldn't leave and had already answered. Charles brought more bread and condensed milk, opened it since he'd confiscated the can opener, then left Bennett with 96 more hours to contemplate his crimes. Around that time, Charles started putting money in banks, Southampton, East Hampton, Long Island City, $500 at a time in interest-bearing savings accounts. He dated Bethany, Exton, and Narcissus 3 of the 4 nights he avoided the hatch. Eckstein spent the night wanting to kiss him, but he refrained, knew that would take her power away. Narcissus and Charles saw the remastered Touch of Evil, talked about it. Then he drove her home. She asked him to come in. He said no. She asked with excruciating honesty if he didn't like her. He said he did, honey, but he was like an athlete in training, needed all his power to concentrate. Training for what? An examination, a test Mr. Dent was giving him. What kind of test? Just to see what he knew, what he could do. Like an aptitude test, she said. Just like that. Bethany was the biggest problem, and the most fun. Charles took her to the fanciest restaurant they knew, the captain's table in Amagansett. He told her up front he was going home alone. She spent the rest of the night being sexy and seductive. Every move of her shoulders set his heart thrumming. He kissed her for a long while at her door, then said he had to get home, an important meeting the next day. No lie. Every night Charles sat up late with his ancestors. Leonard, the geeky-looking one, Jojo, the warrior, Singer, the mask with lips set into an O. He named them, made up their characters and histories, but they were real to him. Singer was a priest who knew songs all the way back to the first songs, from the Congo, Charles believed, and not related to Leonard, who dealt in slaves, or Jojo, who protected Leonard even knowing what his brother did was wrong. Charles talked with him for hours. Jojo's voice told him death was nothing to fear. Leonard suggested he get the money while he still had the man locked away, and powerless. Singer, he didn't understand, placid face, always chanting. Charles learned the most from him. He wasn't crazy. His world had disintegrated. Or maybe he never really had a life but hadn't known it, so he was blissful in his ignorance. Everything began to fall apart when he started talking to Bennett. No, before that, when he started cleaning out his cellar. Or maybe it went all the way back to Uncle Brent, or before that to when his father died. Charles put on a dark suit with a yellow shirt and a splashy red and blue tie to see Bennett. Bennett's beard had filled in, dark eyes intense. It took him 5 minutes to get used to the light. He'd lost weight. From the smell of the room, Charles thought Bennett might have an intestinal disorder. Charles didn't care. Not his choice, Bennett's. Bennett could walk free any time or answer questions and eat steak. Charles addressed him. Bennett returned the address. Charles asked if Bennett was ready to answer his questions. Bennett asked if Charles meant was he ready to go home. Not before he answered the questions, Charles said. Charles thought there were tears in Bennett's eyes but wasn't certain. He asked again, "Why do you want to be down here?" Bennett asked if Charles hadn't been listening. With a word from Bennett, Charles's life could end. Maybe just a gesture. A sentence could level a city block or blow a jetliner out of the sky. A dream could destroy Philadelphia. A disagreement could throw Western Africa into famine for 5 years. Charles saw it every day on TV. But no one listened. People like Bennett moved around, but no one knew their names. Charles suggested maybe Bennett was hiding down here. Bennett wasn't afraid to die. He'd truly walked through the valley of death. Then if he wasn't hiding, Charles asked, was he afraid of what he might do?
Nothing he could do. Nothing. Charles didn't understand. If Bennett felt he didn't make a difference, why torture himself?
Bennett looked at Charles with wide, frightened eyes. He begged not to be left in the dark again, just a couple of days with food and light. All he had to do was answer the question.
"Give me a couple of days,"
Bennett said. Charles asked if that baby could ask him that. Maybe Charles was crazy. He didn't hate Bennett. He was Bennett's employee. Somehow he felt Bennett was still calling the shots, making up his own mind to starve in darkness 4 more days. Tortured behind those black eyes, under that scorched head. Charles was the tool of Bennett's penance. Bennett was a slaver of souls in the 20th century. A killer, liar, thief. But that didn't matter to Charles. From what Bennett had said, Charles understood he was a torturer of black people, but Charles believed him when he said it wasn't out of malice, or even intent. Charles's domination came from a personal conflict. He didn't want to be another one of Bennett's slaves. He was foolish enough to believe he could take Bennett's money and keep his freedom. The next 4 days passed much like the last. Charles saw a lady 3 out of 4 nights. The first day he went fishing and caught nothing. The next day he saw Clarence and Ricky together for the first time in months. He picked them up, treated them to drinks at the American Hotel in Sag Harbor. They sat in the front room talking about old times, drinking port. Clarence smoked a cigar. In the middle of their talk, Clarence asked what was going on with Charles. The question hung there, and Clarence could feel the weight of his own suspicion pressing into the space between them. He listed the evidence: unanswered phone calls, no job, the port wine purchases, a sighting at Curry's in East Hampton, someone else who'd spotted him hitchhiking toward Southampton. The man called Charles admitted things were changing, confessed. He hadn't done much with his life, and wanted to fix that. Clarence pressed for specifics, but Charles already knew what he intended to do. The answer had come to him the moment Clarence asked. He held it back anyway, because keeping secrets had become more valuable to him than whatever those secrets actually contained. Before that cellar confrontation, there had been the pecan pie. Charles bought it at a roadside bakery his mother used to visit, a beautiful thing, crowded with pecans, its crust rising like a turned-up collar, with a chocolate rim around the edge. He bought it in her memory, but once home he carried it across the street to Miss Littleneck instead. Irene Littleneck was delighted, and pulled it inside to share the gift with her sister, Chastity. The entrance felt cramped and unlivable. Irene led him up narrow stairs to a room where the smell of death hung thick as incense. In a small bed lay a woman who had once been black and was now gray, shrunk to the size of a child, wearing a curly brown wig. Her eyes might have been open. Her chest didn't seem to move, but the jittering finger of her left hand on the blanket told Charles she was still alive, at least for a little while longer. Irene announced Charles's arrival to her sister, making a point of how he'd brought Chastity's favorite pie without even knowing it. She demanded he speak up because Chassie couldn't hear well. Charles said he hadn't known she liked it, but hoped she would. Irene asked the dying woman if that wasn't nice, watching Chastity's fingers grow more agitated. She held her sister's wrist and peered into those half-closed eyes, calling Charles a godsend. The one-sided conversation continued. Then Irene decided they should let Chastity rest, mentioning that the woman hadn't had a guest in more than 3 years. Back in the cellar with his prisoner, Charles faced Aniston Bennett, who was visibly sick now. His eyes struggled to focus even in the dim light. Only half a loaf had been eaten he hadn't washed. Charles had just come from seeing Chastity Littleneck, and if not for that, he might have broken down on the spot. Bennett asked why he was being tortured, why Charles didn't just let him leave. Bennett claimed he didn't know either, couldn't explain, said he was supposed to be down here, trapped by a black man, until the bubble in his brain passed and the itch in his heart went away. He said all of this staring at Charles's feet. Charles still didn't believe him. Every time Bennett showed weakness, Charles sensed a trap. Charles used his father's old phrase, "that was no answer." Bennett swore it was true. describing a bubble in his brain he could feel, an urge to tear his chest open. Then he asked whether Charles knew how far a woman would go to save her babies from starvation. The question caught Charles off guard. Bennett explained a rich man on the Mediterranean wanted to experiment on a child 1,000 miles south. A political campaign of famine was being waged. Many mothers there would have jumped at feeding the rest of the family at the cost of one son. Bennett cast himself as merely a conduit. If one child hadn't died, he said, the whole family would have perished. Charles countered that Bennett could have saved them all. Bennett admitted maybe that time, maybe sometimes, but claimed the power drained away if you never met your obligations. The rich man he'd aided had given him power some presidents wouldn't have understood. Charles asked if guilt over that child was what brought Bennett here. Bennett didn't think so. He asked for oatmeal instead. Charles made the afternoon porridge and returned to watch Bennett eat. Bennett asked for light that night. Charles reminded him he could go home and sit by a fire. Bennett didn't want to go. He had to wait out the time. Charles agreed. He could stay but demanded to hear everything. No more games. Despite how it might sound, Charles hadn't turned heartless. Over the next 3 days, he fed Bennett porridge, bananas and other soft foods to strengthen him. He sat with him for hours, just talking and keeping company. They played chess, which Bennett always won, and discussed stock investments Charles should consider. Bennett regained some color and put on a pound or two. One afternoon Charles went to an electronics store and bought a small long-play tape recorder that could strap to his back, with a 2-hour tape and a microphone he could pin to his shirt sleeve. On the 4th day, with the recorder secretly running, Charles told his prisoner to go over everything he'd done. Bennett asked why he wanted this. Charles explained that Bennett had forced his way into Charles's life, knew everything about his crimes and misdemeanors, and declared the cellar his prison. Fine, so what was Bennett in here for? What had he done? Bennett smiled slightly. That was how it began. Charles now keeps those confessions on tape hidden behind a stone in the basement wall. The crimes Bennett detailed were fantastic, and sick, robbing Peter to kill Paul. Standing at the center of suffering Charles had never known existed. Bennett asked whether Charles thought anyone could have the easy life of TV and gasoline without someone suffering and dying somewhere. Then he told Charles about the execution of 300 loyal officers, a dictator's preemptive purge. Bennett hadn't pulled the trigger, but he'd been in that Central American country at the time, making liaisons with that government for a Midwest fruit concern. He'd known the plan before it was carried out, and did nothing to stop it. He said it wasn't his business. Charles asked whether he could have stopped it. Bennett answered that he couldn't have done so without killing every man, woman, and child in this world, and added that saving lives wasn't really worth it anyway. Charles asked what he meant by that. Bennett told a story about saving a journalist in southern Africa once. The man had been framed, arrested, and sentenced to death for writing against a mineral conglomerate. Bennett went to him on behalf of his sister, who worked in Bennett's Rhodesian office. She begged for help. Bennett liked her, so he told her the man was doing what he had to do, but she kept begging. Bennett went to the journalist and explained what would happen after he died, how his friends and loved ones would suffer. When the journalist refused, Bennett threatened to give his sister's name to the army for working against them too. All the journalist had to do was agree to keep silent, and the mineral company would forget him and give him money to leave the continent. Charles asked whether the journalist had agreed. Bennett confirmed he had. Charles called that saving him. But Bennett said the man died from drink in Morocco within 2 years. You cannot save fools, and you cannot save victims. That, he claimed, was why the bubble lived in his head, every step already planned from the beginning. Weeks passed. Charles spent every day in the basement with his prisoner and the secret tape recorder. That was how he had begun to think of the man Singhar, his Singhar prisoner. As long as Bennett remained in that cellar, Charles figured the world was a little safer. He had also become Bennett's confessor, the chronicler of his sins. After hearing about hundreds of crimes, Charles decided to ask about Bennett's own past. He wanted to know whether Bennett had ever found out who his father was. Bennett would rather not discuss it. Charles threatened 4 days in the hole, By then, Bennett was afraid of the dark. He had experienced something down there that scared him. Charles knew he wouldn't refuse. He had dominated Bennett with the fear of isolation. At that time, Charles felt his actions were justified. Bennett admitted he didn't know who his father was except that he really came from Turkey and was murdered after making Bennett's mother pregnant. He had hired a detective who found that a Turkish illegal named Tamal Hick met an addict and a playwright, was murdered in Harlem buying heroin 8 months before Bennett was born. No one could have saved him, Bennett said. No one can save anyone, not even themselves. Charles suggested redemption. To his knowledge, that was the first time in his life he had used a derivative of that word. Bennett asked what it meant. Charles explained making amends for crimes, making a stand, telling the world what is right. Bennett asked if Charles had ever read Moby Dick. Charles had not and shook his head. Bennett described a cook in that book who lectures sharks about their nature, telling them they could be angels if they just master their appetites, preaching to creatures who didn't understand. Our hearts are like those sharks, Bennett said. There is no curbing the appetite of a hungry heart. Charles said, almost without thinking, that maybe the cook was talking to himself. Bennett looked up with something like wonder on his face, wrestling with those words, repeating them, Singha talking to himself, Singha, 3 times. By Bennett's own words, he was a murderer. He had people killed, and he killed with his own hands 4 times. Never in self-defense, he was a predator with no natural enemies. But he never killed without government officials' approval, never killed for passion, or so he claimed. When his time in Charles's cellar was almost up, Bennett became jaunty. He made jokes, said thank you every night before Charles left him. Charles was happy too by then. He had 3 girlfriends, money in the bank, plans for his future, and his friendships with Clarence and Ricky were restored. Weeks earlier he had told Narcissus he wanted his family heirlooms back to make a museum of his ancestry in the house where that family thrived. Every now and then Bennett would repeat Charles's line back to him. Singhar. The cook was talking to himself. Huh, Charles? Singhar. Charles would say he didn't know, that he had just said it, that Bennett was the one who read the book. Bennett would smile and sit back in his red chair. He had grown a full beard by then, and never wore his blue contacts at all. On Bennett's last Thursday in Charles's home, Charles opened the hatch and was met with silence. Usually he heard rustling, standing, rising from the cot. That Thursday there was nothing. Charles called Bennett's name. No motion. Louder. No effect. By the 3rd time, Charles was frightened. By the 5th, he went back to find the key to the cage. Aniston Bennett was dead. Peaceful and placid, lying without blankets, dressed only in his self-styled prison pants. Under the bed sat a neat stack of sealed, stamped envelopes addressed to different people, including Charles himself. No wounds, no signs of trauma. Bennett had simply gone to sleep and drifted off to death. Charles never even considered calling a hospital. The body was already stiff. The letters were addressed mainly to people in New York City and Washington, D.C., but also to Europe, Africa, Asia, and South America. Charles opened only the one addressed to him. The letter addressed Charles as warden, noting that he had found Bennett dead in the basement. Bennett wondered what Charles would do with the corpse. He had left letters for business associates. His 2 friends, 2 wives, and children said goodbye to all of them. He hoped Charles would send them, but understood that Charles might not be inclined to announce a death that happened in his custody. Some might feel uncertain about Charles's part in it, and though no one would hold him responsible, they might worry about what Bennett had told him, seeing how crazy the suicide might seem. 1 pill remained in the glass on the floor, a fast-acting, painless poison called Sleeper. Bennett left it for Charles in case he one day felt at an end. He had brought the pills but hadn't been sure when he came that he wanted to die. He had wanted to die for a long time but could see no reason until Charles left him in the dark. In the dark, they all came back. The dead, the fools, women who gave themselves for money, men who gave themselves for women, old men who couldn't get it up anymore, who gave themselves for power. And Bennett like a sheepdog, keeping them in line, leading them to slaughter because that was what he was asked to do. He had smelled blood in the darkness, heard the silence of death. Then a light would come, and Charles would walk down the stairs asking if the ones Bennett killed were black men, as if death had a race. Bennett had begun to like Charles, even though Charles turned on him and beat him with the darkness and silly questions. When the confessions were finished, Bennett knew there was nothing more to say. He planned to take the sleeper after one last letter, the rest written over the previous 2 weeks. He wanted to die telling Charles something, wanted to pass something on, but couldn't think of a thing. With death coming, the bubble was gone, the itch had subsided, and nothing was left to think. The only words he had to pass on came from a story he had never told Charles. He once had to kill his boss, a white man named Stuart Tellman from Greenwich, the man who brought Bennett into reclamations after government work. Tellman taught Bennett everything he had tried to tell Charles. They did good business, but one day, Tellman's grandson was killed by a falling beam from a hydraulic lift gone out of control. Tellman had the lift operator murdered. Then he started making crazy decisions, taking chances, leaving clues of their coming, spending hours sitting in the dark just as Charles had made Bennett do for days. Bennett went to Tellman's home one night while his wife was away visiting their daughter. He came through a window and shot Tellman in the head while the man napped, head down on a mahogany desk in the study. As far as Bennett was concerned, it wasn't murder. Tellman had already killed himself. Bennett sat with the body all night watching the blood congeal and the skin tighten. He knew then, 17 years ago, that one day he would have to die like that. He decided to do it himself, rather than leave it for someone else. But he couldn't have done it without Charles, who gave him the time to say goodbye. The rest of Charles's money was in a false bottom of Bennett's book trunk. The next hours were the hardest Charles had ever known. The man in his basement was dead, a corpse he could never explain. Charles sat with him all day, and into the next night. When it grew late, he went out into the graveyard and dug a hole between his great-great-grandfather William P. Dodd and his aunt, Theodora. He dug all night, wondering if Miss Littleneck was hiding in the bushes, spying on his crime. Charles covered the hole with 2 doors. He had taken off the hinges of his house's 2 toilet stalls. The next night, he dug deeper until the hole measured his own height. Only then did he drag the board's stiff corpse from the basement, roll it in, and cover it over. No ceremony followed. The next day he dismantled the cell. Over the following weeks, he used a blowtorch and electric saw to cut the metal into pieces, depositing them along with the dismantled toilet at dump sites around the island. He burned Bennett's trunk, books, and clothes. All that remained of the man were those letters, and about 40 tapes of confessions. Bennett had been right. Charles never sent the letters. He buried them with the tapes in the basement where Bennett died. Charles started his museum. With Narcissus, he now collects pieces of black history from the area where he lives. He and Narcissus no longer date. Charles told her he wasn't monogamous but would still like to be friends after a while. She came around to the idea. He makes his money from admission fees and from historically black colleges that send graduate students and professors now and then to study his collection. Narcissus is skilled at applying for grants, so they usually have enough to pay their salaries. Chastity Littleneck died. Charles was the only person other than Irene and the minister at the funeral. The whole time he kept thinking he was attending Aniston Bennett's funeral. It was sad, but he didn't cry. Irene died 4 weeks later, and left Charles her house in a new will, all because of 1 pecan pie and a walk through the graveyard. Bennett had been wrong, though he would never know it. Some people live according to love and being loved, if only a little. Charles rents the Littleneck house to wealthy people in the summer. He still lives in his childhood bedroom, closing the museum early to play cards on Thursdays, doing very little to make life grand. XIII went away at the end of the season if she ever came back. She didn't call. Bethany married Ricky Clarence, served as best man. Charles doesn't think he'll ever marry. He still hasn't found love, and whenever he thinks about children, he remembers that there once was a boy who was sold to a dog. The end. Thank you for spending this time with the story and allowing it to unfold with patience and curiosity. Walter Mosley wrote The Man in My Basement in 2004, stepping away from his famous Easy Rawlins detective series, the one that began with Devil in a Blue Dress. He wanted to explore a philosophical question: what happens when power and race collide in a single room? The idea emerged from his interest in the gut bucket novel of ideas, think Thomas Mann, but set in a secluded black neighborhood in Sag Harbor, Long Island. The novel examines wealth, manipulation, and shifting relationships. Critics called it a psychological thriller with a brilliant setup. But the path wasn't easy. Mosley had already published more than a dozen books, yet this one represented a risk, an airless philosophical debate between two men, one caged in a basement. He later explored similar themes of guilt and redemption in works like The Last Days of Ptolemy Gray. In 2025, the story reached the screen. Directed by Nadia Latif in her feature debut, The Man in My Basement premiered at the Toronto International Film Festival before landing on Hulu and Disney+. Corey Hawkins plays Charles Blakey, the desperate homeowner. Willem Dafoe. Yes, that Willem Dafoe plays Aniston Bennett, the mysterious stranger who locks himself in a cage. The adaptation stays remarkably faithful to the novel, but with key changes. The film adds hallucinatory dream sequences involving 3 hand-carved African masks that Charles finds in his basement, a visual way to explore his ancestral guilt that the book handles through internal monologue. Production faced real drama. Originally, Jonathan Majors was cast as Charles Blakey, but after his arrest in 2023, he was fired. Corey Hawkins stepped in, and the film moved forward. Behind the scenes, director Nadia Latif co-wrote the screenplay with Walter Mosley himself. That's rare. Most authors hand off adaptation. Mosley stayed in the room. Fun fact: in the novel, Charles has just $15.76 to his name. The basement rent? Nearly $50,000 for 65 days. Another Aniston Bennett demands to read the complete 11-volume story of Civilization by Will and Ariel Durant while imprisoned. The film captures the tension, but the original novel still holds layers. Only the written word can fully reveal the slow burn of Charles's internal lies, the suffocating airlessness of that basement. If this story stayed with you, consider reading Mosley's version. You'll find the philosophical debates sharper, the silences heavier. If you enjoyed this retelling, subscribing helps support more stories like this, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. What would you have done if a stranger knocked on your door with that offer? Share this story with someone who wrestles with questions of power, race, and redemption. Until the next story, stay curious, stay thoughtful,